Baba Shuaib, the correctional officer, born in Accra, Ghana, a Quranic researcher and a critical thinker based on religion, who does online lectures based on the guidance of the Quran on platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok since 2018. In Finland, and 13 years, QBE, in Classical Arabic and MSA in Quranic Arabic. The author of the Refer to the Quran, which helps every novice to understand the steps towards understanding the great Quran and the guidance of God in it.
Time to rise and meet the challenge. Baba Shuaib is calling you out. Meet Baba Shuaib, a correctional officer with a mission. Today he's throwing down the gauntlet to the Mushriks, no more holding back. With his logo shirt and cap, Baba Shuaib sits tall and confident. He says, the time for action is now. It's time to rise, to push past limits, and to become the best versions of ourselves. Baba Shuaib believes in the power of determination and resilience. His challenge is simple. Stand up, face your fears, and conquer them. Every day is a new opportunity, he says. An opportunity to grow stronger, to be better, and to leave a mark on the world. So, are you ready to accept Baba Shuaib's challenge? Are you ready to rise above and beyond? Join Baba Shuaib and let's show the world what we're made of, because the only limit is the one you set for yourself.
Are you a defensive listener? Are your ears tuned for offense? I've emphasized the importance of how the character of a messenger and their delivery can shape the outcome of a conversation. But fairness demands that we look at the other side too, and that's the role of the listener. That while many conversations falter due to careless communicators, misinterpretation can distort an intended meaning just as much as miscommunication does. Defensive listening occurs when someone perceives a comment as an attack even when no harm was delivered. In some cases, a speaker can communicate masterfully and without error, but the listener internalizes the message through a lens of offense for one reason or another. Now, research tells us that we listen at about 25% efficiency. And when you factor in unresolved personal conflict or we project our own adverse life experiences onto a communicator, our ability to hear them diminishes exponentially. Not because the speaker failed, but because we as listeners can warp the message too. Now, it's far easier to blame someone else for mishandling their words than it is to acknowledge when we've mishandled their message. So hear me, listening isn't passive, it is an active responsibility. It requires us to confront our biases and examine our insecurities in order to approach conversations with an openness and a dose of humble vulnerability. So don't be so ready to criticize a messenger's ability to speak without addressing the listener's responsibility to listen.
Salat is in the Quran, but not the Salat they are doing. The one they are doing is invented.
Which one are they doing?
They are doing the idol worship one.
Which one is that?
The 5 daily prayers. Yes.
It's not in the original side.
No, it's not here.
Hey, the 5 daily ones.
Let's start with all the pillars. And I dare any scholar from Ghana watching. If they are man enough, let's go one by one from all the topics. Shahada, Salat, Zakat, Siyam, and Hajj. They say 5, right? I dare any scholar. We can go through the Quran. We start from the Shahada. They come and prove their Shahada if it's here. It's not there. You only find, I bear witness that there is only one God. And the Salat which is here is not the same thing they are doing. There's 3 Salat here, they are doing 5. And there is no such thing as Raka'at. When we say Raka'at, the push-chest, they do 17 times in a day. We go to Zakat, giving your alms in order to purify your soul, your sins and so on. You find it here, but not the same concept of what they do. Theirs is taxation. They tax people.
I don't do anything that I cannot prove, but it seems that when people don't understand what I do or why I'm doing something, they are quick to judge. Quran chapter 18 verse 65. Remember, Moses was a prophet, right? But he went to another servant of God to seek knowledge. Sometimes the perspective you are looking at things, you might think you are right, till you go and meet another person. Maybe God has gifted him more than you. Then you get to realize, oh, you are actually falling behind. And that is why I open up for dialogue. I watch you just like you watch me. I master the art of double checking you more than you check me. So whatever you think you are coming with, I've already prepared the weapons on the side, because I know all of you are watching, especially the people who are coming for my neck. So I get prepared for all of your heebie-jeebies. This is how I'll be taking all of you one by one when you come at me. So go back and study. Just because you don't have understanding of something doesn't mean the other person is wrong. Just because it's beyond your imagination or understanding. Let's have a dialogue, one-on-one. Baba Shuaib will bring you and let's face it out.
That's it. I don't have to do this or go in the nose and the side of the eyes and the lips and the mustache. And what are you doing? This is not a surgery. It's an easy thing. Put water. This is my face. Whatever faces people. Once is enough. Sheikh, I don't know. Maybe I've missed a part here or a part here or a part here. Akhi, you're not allowed to make such doubts. Let me fix myself up first. Maybe I get proposals. You never know.
Hey, Asim Alaki. Asim. Yeah, assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Peace be upon you all. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence. Yeah. So I'm streaming live from Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok simultaneously. Thank you all for those who are here. Kindly share so other people can join. I appreciate your presence. God bless you all for the support. So let me give some shout outs to all those who are here. Let's start with Facebook and YouTube. We have Mazlan Osman, Shots Pilot, Musa Arabogo, the Real Mishizi Sniper, Tom Johnson, Dangana and Dagi, Jam Shade, Sister Aram, Brother Sadi Rad, I see you. Salam to you, brother. Sister JS, I see you. Sister Bukola, Mohammed Ashari, Abdurrahim, Karim Jonathan, Helal Ahmed, my mom, Sister Khadija, salam to you. The Straight Path, he says what? Baba, let's finish our dialogue on miraculous birth of Jesus. You cut me off after giving me your definition of a miracle. Let's finish. You are not my match. I'm sorry. Like, your hibijibis was too much for me. So I couldn't handle your hibijibis. You are not my match. Ever. So I'll be wasting the brain of my audience if I should tolerate a person like you. You were not making sense that day at all. Juma Malenga, JS, Muhammad Ali, Ismail Al-Sheikh, Rashitek Africa, Umar Abdullah, Keith Zag, Sadiq Ali Sharian, Nara Pawa, Lamin Toure, Dawan Sharif, Baba Sayyid Nagan salam to you. Muhammad Lamin Diawara, Alaji Tawfiq, I see you. Salam to you, brother. Jibril, Abdul Samad Adam, Umar Jaban, Safia Aziz, Salis Jimmy, I see you. Salam to you, Salis. Abdul Samad, yes. Momo, the disciple, yeah. Alidu Awolu, yes. Faisal Hussein, I see you, brother. Salam to you. Leah Singh, yes. Salam to you. Justice Star, Kasim Saad, I see you, bro. Nurullah Sobrighty, Abu Suleiman, yes, I see you. Sound tired? Maybe, I don't know. Am I really tired? Or I don't know. But let's see if I will pick up the energy, since Asim Halakim is part of the video, so maybe my energy will go up. I see you, brother Bimbaz, Barsalim, Bin Sali, Isa Shamu, I see you. Yes, salam to you, Isa. Inflogan, salam to you. He says from India, my brother, Jazakallah, brother, for your work. I appreciate that. Umar Abdullah Shakun, salam to you. Abu, yes. He says, who are you roasting today? Yeah, you are going to see those I'm going to roast today. Oscar Sanya, salam to you. Mama Dijarju, yes, salam, all of you. Thank you all for those who are here. I appreciate your presence. Yes, thank you for coming. And for those on TikTok, I give you some shout outs. We have the Ben Sat. He says salam. Always happy Wednesday with the chance to learn new things and challenge my beliefs. Thank you. I appreciate your presence. Seamantek, salam to you. Big Shady, hello bro. What's the topic tonight? The topic is the advanced Mushriks, right? We have Noor999.com. Peace to you. We have economics platform. Susie. Susie, yes. How are you? We have Gaba say, right? Salam to you. Elmatic, yes. Brother Elmatic, salam. Yes, it's been a while. Abu Sisi, I see you, brother. Salam. We have Raz Gambosco. I'm doing good, bro. Villian Vibes. Villian Vibe says, nah, Baba, we should call you General Baba. Now you are no longer an officer. Okay. Yeah, Kinzamani. We have, is it Sirinye Falu Diof? Yes, thank you all for coming, Brother Mansour. I see you. I know Sister Alma Johnson will be somewhere watching. Sister Raf Baby, all of you. I appreciate your presence. Thank you. Kindly share so other people can join. We have about 45 people watching on TikTok, and then we have about 75 people watching on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you all. I appreciate your presence. Thank you. God bless you. So I seek refuge with Allah against the accursed devil. Yes. So let's delve into today's topic, and I'll be going onto the videos to talk about the necessary issues. Then after I finish everything, I'll be opening the phone lines where I'll be giving the mushriks and the hypocrites some chance to hop on, and then keep making fool out of themselves as usual, right? So let's see what happens. Joe IP. Then we have Pama Buye. Yes. Abu Thomas, I see you. Salam to you all. Thank you all for coming. So let's go on today's topic, right? Let me see. On today's topic, I played a video earlier. Asim Al-Hakim was saying that he has to cover his hair so that he will not be getting proposals. That guy is a big-time comedian, for real. He's a big-time comedian. Here is the video. It's a funny video, by the way.
That's it. I don't have to do this or go in the nose and the side of the eyes and the lips and the mustache. And what are you doing? This is not a surgery. It's an easy thing. Put water. This is my face. Whatever faces people. Once is enough. Sheikh, I don't know. Maybe I've missed a part here or a part here or a part here. Akhi, you're not allowed to make such doubts. Let me fix myself up first. Maybe I get proposals. You never know.
So I thought they were telling the women to rather cover their hair, right? So I don't know what he said he's fixing and he's covering so that he will not get proposals. Is it his gray hair that a woman will see that will give him a proposal, or is it his knowledge and wisdom? I'm flabbergasted, bro. I don't know which one. Yeah, salam. Zuleika who said, I see you. Salam to you. I don't know which one Asim Al-Hakim is talking about. He says he let him cover up so that he doesn't get proposals. Like he doesn't want women to propose to him. I don't get it. Seriously, I don't get what he means by that. Yeah, salam. Quran alone is truth. Salam to you. Yeah, so that guy, if we have to be awarding the mushriks of the year or the month, Asim al-Hakim is always going to take it. Seriously. On all levels, he's the top. Yes, salam to you, Trills. Salam to all those who are coming. So enough with the shout outs. Okay, let's go on today's topic. Today's topic is quite a bit interesting. So I might be using 1 hour for the video session, then 1 hour maybe for the call phone in session, right? Yes. So as usual, if you come on my platform and you are full of heebie-jeebies, I'm going to drop you. Yes, I'm going to drop you with the heebie-jeebies. Yes, because you are crashing people's brain with your stupidity. So when you hop on my platform and you are dead, your brain dead, I'm obviously going to kick you out. Yes. For people who think, okay, Baba Shuaib is talking to somebody, he kick him out, so maybe he's scared. You're rather fooling yourselves. I'm just tired of your foolishness, right? It's just total foolishness. So I have to just kick you out. You understand? If you come on my platform, you are civil. Yes, I'll give you the chance to talk. Why not? And please, if you are emotional, stay away from my page. I hate people who come on my program with emotions, right? If you cannot talk with a civil mindset, then you don't deserve to be on my platform. Yes. So that is what Baba Shuaib is about. You can go and burn the sea if you don't like it. Anyways, so let's take a video, the first video for today. So this is today's video. We are dealing with the Mushriks as usual, but let's go with Asim al-Hakim. This is what he has to say, right? This is what Asim al-Hakim has to say. Hey, by the way, before we go, let me boost my energy with this, right? I have something to boost up my energy with. Listen to this Shia scholar, this Shia Imam.
فقلت يا حسين 3 مرات فأصبحت البطارية 50%. ثم قلت يا زهراء 3 مرات وإذ بالبطارية 100%. ثم نطق الهاتف في المرة الثالثة وقال لو قلت يا علي لتحولت من سامسونج إلى آيفون 14 برو ماكس. نعم الله.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was getting heart attack. Hey. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, okay, he was speaking Arabic for all those who cannot see the screen well. I'm going to translate what he's saying, right? Just listen carefully what he's saying, right? Now check, this is the video. He started by saying my phone was dead. Then he said, then he's narrating what happened. He, the Imam, the Shia Imam, he's narrating what happened. So he says his phone was dead. Then he says, and I said, yeah, Hussein. You know, the Shia people like to worship Hussein, right? They worship. They will tell you, oh, we are not worshiping. They do worship, right? They devote themselves to Hussein. They love him. They adore him. They slap themselves for Hussein. They will cut themselves for Hussein. You understand? When you show the excess love and adoration and devotion to an object or anything, that becomes your deity. That becomes God. You are worshiping that thing. You understand? You understand? So this act of love, we have to dedicate it to God, right? It's God you can love, you know, beyond boundaries. So now listen. He said, I said, Ya Hussein 3 times. And this, all the Shia people, they believe in this kind of concept. They believe, right?
قلت يا حسين 3 مرات.
So he said, I said, Ya Hussein 3 times. Because his phone is dead. listen carefully. The mobile phone is dead. All you need is charger. You just need a charger to put and charge your phone. So he said, I said, Ya Hussein 3 times and see the miracle. And the phone charged up to 50%. Just because he says Ya Hussein 3 times. So maybe it's a cheat code. You can try it from home. Let's see. You can try it from home. You know the feeling sometimes when you see a skit or you see a short video on Facebook or YouTube trends, the reels, and then you see some life hacks and you want to try it at home. Sometimes there's 70% of the chance it doesn't work, right? So like this is a life hack. Maybe it's a cheat code. You should use it. It's a shortcut. You know, when you are traveling, you don't have your traveling charger. Just say Ya Hussein 3 times and the phone will go to 50%. Not listen to this guy.
50% 50%. ثم قلت يا زهراء.
So when he said Ya Hussein 3 times, the phone went up to 50%. From low battery, the phone was dead. He didn't say low battery even. The phone was dead. So he said Ya Hussein 3 times and the phone went up to 50%. You understand? And now he said Ya Zahara. He's mentioning Zahara. Ya Zahara. He also said Zahara 3 times, right? Oh Zahara, oh Zahara. Remember, these people are dead people, right? So, oh Zahara. Oh Zahara. Now listen.
3 مرات وإذ بالبطال.
Then he says, Ya Zahara, Ya Zahara, Ya Zahara 3 times, and the phone was charged up to 100%. So he said Ya Hussein 3 times, the phone was dead and it went 50%. Then now he said Ya Zahara 3 times and the phone from 50% it went to 100%.
قارية 100%. 100%. ثم نطق الهاتف.
Then on the 3rd time, the phone opened and said, so now, I don't know, AI, the phone itself, it opened and said, listen.
في المرة الثالثة وقال لو قلت يا علي.
Then the phone told him, if you had said Ya Ali, Ya Ali, so because before he said Ya Hussein 3 times, the phone went 50%. He said Ya Hazara 3 times, the phone went 100%. So now the phone itself, automatically, the AI of the Shia people, it now started telling him, if you had said Ya Ali how many times?
لتحولت من سامي.
If you will have said Ya Ali, I will have turned from a Samsung into a what?
إلى آيفون 14.
Into iPhone 14 Pro Max. Do the Shia scholars don't they know that Samsung and Apple are rivals, right? The Samsung company is a rival. So the phone told him, had he said Ya Ali, the phone would change from Samsung into iPhone 14 Pro Max.
عايش برو ماكس. نعم الله.
Oh my God. So guys, it's a cheat code. You can try it at home. If you say Ya Hussein 3 times, let your phone die, please. He said, this is the tutorial. The tutorial is let your phone die completely. Then you have to say Ya Hussein 3 times. The phone will go to 50%. Then you have to say Ya Zahra 3 times. The phone will go to 100%. Then now you have to say Ya Ali. But you make sure you are using Samsung. Don't go and use a different phone. Because the Sheikh used Samsung, and he said, had he said Ya Ali, the phone will change into iPhone. Why 14? Why iPhone 14 precisely? Why not the same model at the year the other Samsung is using? I don't get it. But if you are using any other phone, remember, the Sheikh will tell you it doesn't work. You have to have the Samsung, because the Samsung, he refused to tell us the model. Yeah, he only said Samsung. But when it comes to the iPhone, he was precise. He says iPhone 14 Pro Max, right? That he was precise. But when he came to the Samsung, he never mentioned the model. So that is so if you're thinking you have OnePlus or Nokia or any other thing, and then you just say Ya Ali, and then it will become iPhone 14, forget that cheat code will not work. And maybe if you are using a Tesla, maybe you want to change it to maybe a Lamborghini or Ferrari. You might try it and see. Maybe you say Ya Ali 7 times, it can become, it can be. These Mushriks, they are amazing. Seriously, they are advanced. Seriously. Okay, let's go to the next video. The next video is somebody's actually spit. I don't know what is wrong with these people. Somebody's actually spitting in people's water that they have to drink, or for ablution or something, because they are inspired with these things from the Hadith book, right? This is the video. Yeah. So you see, these are the kind of people that will actually use this dead person's water that they use to bath the dead. This kind of people will use this kind of water of this dead person. It's obvious, because look the way they are struggling to show him their water bottle for him to spit inside. And when these things happen, they claim these people are holy. They claim these imams or shuyukhs are holy. That's why they do that to them, right? They try to go to them for blessings. So they think this is what he has to do to bless them. So he has to spit in their Now, you just imagine the family of the kids of this man or the wife of this man watching this nonsense from home, and she's looking at how foolish the people are, and maybe his kids also watching, and they're like, look how crazy these people are. They don't even know my father and who he is. Seriously, for those on TikTok, you cannot see the screen, right, of this, but it is obvious. This is what is going on, right? The sheikh is actually spitting in their water bottles as a blessing. Yes, as a blessing. So that is what is going on. So it's never easy, seriously. And people idolize this kind of scholars and think that these people have something to offer in Islam, but it's just, But let's listen to Asim Al-Hakim, what he has to say concerning the transliteration and translation of the Quran. This is what Asim has to say.
Issue of great importance to know that transliteration, meaning that you write the Quran verses in English letters or Latin letters, this is not permissible. It is not permissible to write the Quran other than the Uthmanic script, let alone to write it in a different language, because this is part of preserving the Quran. Our Quran has been preserved for the past 15 centuries. No religious scripture on earth can claim this. And it is preserved in the same language that about 400 million Arabs speak it, give or take a couple of millions elsewhere. So to preserve it, as Allah Azza wa Jal ordered us to do, we must not manipulate it or write it in other than the Arabic script, Arabic language. So reading the transliteration is writing it with and reading it is not a recommended thing to do. The best thing for you to do as an Arab is to play the cassette or the DVD or on YouTube, listen to the Quran. This is rewardable as if you're reading it. And while listening to it, you can also read the tafsir or the translation into your own language.
So this this rule or legislation or judgment he just stated, according to who? According to who is this? According to the Quran? According to the Prophet? According to who? Ladies and gentlemen, let's ask Asim Al-Hakim this question. He just passed on a legislation. This legislation he just passed on, who is it according to? According to who? Now remember in Quran chapter 42 verse 21, this is what God says. Let me put the verse on the screen. Then you see what God says against such people, right? Now, God says, or do they have idols, right? I put it on the screen, just a second. God says, or do they have idols who have legislated for them of a religion to which God has not authorized? And if not for the decisive word, he will have judged between them. Indeed, the transgressors will have a painful punishment. Yes, they will have a painful punishment. So God is saying that do they have idols, shurakah, idols, who have legislated for them of a religion to which God has not authorized? Do they have such idols? Because if Asim Al-Hakim is speaking, according to who does he state these laws? And who legislated those things for him? That he should tell the people that statement. And we are going to scrutinize the statement he said, and this is how they lie against God and against the messenger of God. So now God is asking in Quran chapter 42 verse 21, you clearly saw what God is saying, right? Do they have as idols who have legislated for them of a religion to which God has not authorized? Do you see the point? Okay, so now let's go back to Asim Al-Hakim. Listen to him carefully.
Of great importance to know that transliteration, meaning that you write the Quran verses in.
When we say transliteration, this is it on the screen. You see, transliteration, you see, when you read the Quran, I have the Arabic version up there. Then I have the English translation there. Then I have transliteration in the red ink. So the word am in Arabic is written am. I wrote it in a transliteration. So you see it in the red ink. For those on Facebook and YouTube, you can see it, right? So this am is giving you what the Quran says in Arabic. This guy, this bozo, this mushrik, Asim Al-Hakim, is saying that it is forbidden. It says haram. According to who? No reference. According to which article? No reference. According to God? No reference. According to the prophet, the messenger? No reference. This guy just went ahead to say it is forbidden. Now, God has cautioned us concerning such things. When you go to Quran chapter 16, verse 116, this is what God says. This is what God says. He says, and do not say a lie by what your tongues thank you very much, Sister Muslima. I appreciate that. And do not say a lie by what your tongues describe. This is lawful and this is unlawful. Meaning to say this is halal and this is haram. To fabricate a lie about God or against God. Indeed, those who fabricate falsehood about God will not succeed. So God is cautioning us, do not do that. Do not do that. But here we find people like Asim Al-Hakim sitting down, passing on legislations, telling you things that God never said.
Letters or Latin letters. This is not permissible.
So he said, when you put the transliteration next to the translation or next to the Arabic words, In English letters or Latin letters, he says this is not permissible. So meaning this is haram. On the contrary, it means it is haram. Do you see the point? Meaning that is haram. So this is what he has to say again.
It's not permissible to write the Quran other than the Uthmanic script, let
So now this is a foolishness again. He says it is not permissible to write the Quran other than the Uthmanic. When the Prophet was alive, was there any version called Uthmanic Quran? I don't understand these mushriks. Seriously. I don't understand these mushriks. To write the Quran other than what? Seriously.
alone to write it in a different language.
Let alone to write the Quran in a different language. It is not permissible. According to who? Where does it say that in the Quran? Where did God say such nonsense? Where? But you find a sheeple audience not asking the scholar anything. They'll just listen and then they say, Akaramakallahu, Sheikh, Asim Halaki. Yes, that's right. Then the funny part is you see some of the mushriks even agreeing with what the scholar says, and then they will throw the video to your face, thinking that they have some argument to refute. Do you see? Now check what he's saying.
Because this is part of preserving the Quran.
Then he says, because this is part of preserving the Quran. Nowhere in the Quran, from Fatiha to An-Nas, did God ever tell the people to preserve the Quran. Preservation of the Quran is not our duty. God is not asleep. God is there 24/7. He never sleeps. Yes, he has his angels working for him 24/7. They never sleep. So you think it is the duty of the human beings to preserve the word of God? Really? Is that what you think? I dare any mushrik watching, come and prove to me from the Quran where God says human beings should preserve his words. Where does he say that?
Quran has been preserved for the past 15 centuries.
Yeah, but it wasn't human beings who did that. It is the job of God to do that. Yes, it is God to preserve his own book. Because when he revealed the Quran, he told you, Innahu la Quran al-Karim. Then he says, Fi kitabim maknoon. Innahu la Quran al-Karim. Fi kitabim maknoon. The Quran, which is an honorable reading, is already in a protected book. So God will protect it, whether you like it or not. Yes. Forget about they try to create versions and tell you there is a warsh, there is whatever. They are the ones giving it names. But the Quran is there consistently. Right? They gave it the name Uthmani version. They gave it the name Hafs version. They are the ones giving the names. But no. Consistently, the Quran has been preserved by God himself. That's why we came to meet the Quran. Yes. But then they try to create other versions to confuse you, like the Warsh, the Al-Durri, and so on. No. Cast them out. The words of God doesn't have contradictions. If you find any version they are giving you with full of contradictions, throw it away. Seriously, they are not from God. They are trying to interpolate their own words into the words of God. I did a video last week. The same hypocrite who are telling you Uthman burnt all the copies of the Quran. Right? He burnt all and it's left with only one. If it's left with only one, how come you have other versions today? Does it make sense? And then the version of Uthman is consistent with the version they call Hafs today. It's consistent with the version called Hafs. So where is the Warsh coming from? Where is the Al-Durri coming from? Where are they coming from, ladies and gentlemen? You tell us. Where? Who brought those versions? And then they will lie to you that the Prophet had 7 Qira'at. There is the different versions. The Prophet recited the Quran in the Quraysh dialect. And hey, it's a lie, you, my guys. Anybody who tells you the Quran was revealed in the Qurayshi dialect, tell him Hatu Bur'anaka. Show us a verse where God says this is Qurayshi Arabic. God says Lisanun Arabiyyun Mubin. Quran chapter 16 verse 103. The Quran is a clear Arabic language. That's what God says. He never said this is Qurayshi version or this is no, ladies and gentlemen. So don't let these people be twisting the narrative in front of you. Right? Let's go.
No religious scripture on earth can claim this, and it is preserved in the same language.
Can claim whatever claim you are making is not the Quran making. You are the one speaking for the Quran, Asim al-Hakim. Whatever you said is not what the Quran says. So what nonsense are you saying? Whether nobody can claim 1,500 years, what kind of nonsense is this? Oh,
That about 400 million Arabs speak it, give or take.
speak what? 400 million Arabs speak what? The version of the Quran? No, they don't speak. As a matter of fact, you meet a lot of Arabians who don't understand the Quran. I'm not joking with you. It's just like when you go to Britain, like you go to the Great Britain, like go to England, go to Wales, go to Ireland, and so on, Great Britain. You will find people who are born as native English speakers, and you read an article from English, and they don't even know the word or what it means. You have to explain again. You have to break it down again. Similarly, it goes with the Quran like that. Yes, you meet Arabians coming from Tunisia, Libya, Morocco, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. You mention it, Egypt, Wallahi Lazim. You mention a paragraph in the Quran, they don't understand what it says. They don't know because it's from God. So God has to teach you. Ar-Rahman allama al-Quran, khalaqa al-insan, allamahu al-bayan. So it is God who has to tell you what the Quran is about. Even the Prophet himself, God told him, La tuharrik bihi lisanaka lita'ajala bihi. Inna alayna jama'ahu wa Qur'anahu fa iza qara'nahu fattabi'u Qur'ana. Thumma inna alayna bayahna. So bayanahu, God is going to do the bayan. So yours is just to try to understand God's perspective of what he is telling you. It is not about you saying, oh, it is our language. No, it doesn't work like that. Yes. So this is why you use English language to approach an Englishman from America and he still doesn't know what you're talking about. You use English language to approach an Englishman from Britain or England and he still doesn't know what you're talking about. Yes, because you need to break it down for the person to understand what it means. You understand? So somebody is saying that why will God send a message not easy to humans, for humans? You have to say for humans to understand. That's why he says seek knowledge. He's told you do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. So evidently you need to have knowledge in order to understand what he is telling you. Seeking knowledge is a duty for every human being. It's everybody's duty to have some knowledge, to seek knowledge, to know what you are being told or what is being said. You understand? So if you just say, why will God send a book that you expect that as a baby, since the book just came, as a baby, you just grew up and then they say this book is from God. I can understand it automatically. Yes. What? Doesn't work like that. Come on, think smart. So let's go.
Couple of millions elsewhere. So to preserve it, as Allah Azza wa Jal ordered us to do,
He never ordered you, bozo. He never ordered you to preserve anything. Where? Which verse? I dare any mushrik on earth come and show me one verse where God says the people should preserve the Quran. I dare any bozo, any mushrik bozo out there. Wallahi. Come and show me one verse where God says the people should preserve his word for him. How? Look, as a matter of fact, this is what he even told the messenger. Quran chapter 10, verse 46. Let me show you a verse. An interesting verse. Pay attention to what God has to say. So God was talking to the messenger, and this is what he told the messenger. Quran chapter 10, verse 46. He says, and whether we show you, Muhammad, that is, he's talking to the messenger in this verse, in the context of the verse, whether we show you some of what we promised them, that is his people, right? or cause you, Muhammad, to die. Thus, to us is their return, his people, their return. Then God is a witness to what they do. He didn't say Muhammad is a witness. So are you telling me this same God who has been a witness, watching the people of Muhammad ever since Muhammad died, he is watching them consistently and everything which is going on? The same God who sent angels in the form of human beings to go to Abraham, the same God who sent angels in the form of human beings to go to Prophet Lot, the same God who sent his servant to go and meet Musa, the same God who sent his spirit in the human form to go and meet Maryam. Are you saying the same God cannot send his angels in the form of human beings to protect his book? So he takes just ordinary human beings who don't even know their left and right to preserve the word of God? How? You tell me how. You how? Common diamonds and gold you have been given to preserve. Were you able to preserve it well? Common gold, diamond, and silver, they gave you to preserve it. Were you able to even preserve it? Common oil, were you able to preserve? So is it the word of God you are going to preserve? How? Let's continue.
Manipulate it or write it in other than the Arabic script, Arabic language. So reading the transliteration is writing it with, and reading it is not a recommended thing to do.
It's not recommended by who? That's a simple question. It's not recommended by who? You say by the scholars. Yeah, our scholars don't recommend it. That's what Mushriks are about. What do you mean? It's not recommended by who?
The best thing for you to do as an Arab is to play.
The best thing to do for you to do, then he says, as an Arab. This is how they want to Arabize everybody. They want everybody to dress like an Arab, to become Arab, to speak like an Arab, to dress like an Arab, to talk like an Arab. This is what the agenda the scholars have again for you. Remember, Ibrahim alayhi salam was a Muslim. And he is the one God asked us to follow his footsteps. That is his creed. He was not an Arabian. So the one I'm following his millah, must I have to be, or do I have to copy his tribe or his how will I say, his you name it, his language before I follow God? Hey, they want you to look, a lot of people told me Asim Al-Hakim himself is not an Arabian, but look how he pictured himself. Look how he tried to portray himself. And God says in Surah Al-Munafiqun, you know them, they are just like prop timbers. They are just useless. Like prop timber, this guy, look how he's sitting down. You might think he's, oh, mashallah, so he's a servant of God. No. This guy, let's go.
Play the cassette or the DVD.
Now he's telling you should play cassette and DVD. Is it a prophet who said this? At the time of the prophet, were there cassettes and DVDs? Look at the foolishness. And the DVD you are talking about, is it not the white people who invented that? The DVDs you are talking about, is it not the Western world who invented that? And then the cassette issue you are talking about. And now you are saying they should play cassette and DVD. Look at the foolishness again. Yes, peace to you, King Hassan. Peace to you, bro.
DVD or on YouTube.
Now, you see, hypocrisy. He made a slip of the tongue and he said YouTube, and he didn't want to say YouTube. Then he repeated YouTube. YouTube, is it for Arabs? No, you tell me. Is it not for the Western world? So you have to go for YouTube again. You, the same hypocrite scholars, are saying YouTube is haram, TikTok is haram, whatever is haram. Now somebody should go to YouTube and use cassette and use DVD. Hey, is it the prophet who gave this fatwa that people should use cassette, people should use DVD, people should use YouTube? Hey, Asim.
Listen to the Quran. This is rewardable as if you're reading it. And
So this is why they don't study the Quran. They only listen to it to get rewards. That's what they think. You are listening to the Quran is playing from the audio, the video. MashaAllah. Oh, I love it. It's suiting my soul. If you ask them, do you understand what it says? No, I don't. But it feels so good listening to it. Look, you can listen to Bollywood songs. You can listen to R&B. You might not understand what is being told, but you just love the rhythm. You just love the song. It happens to everybody. That is why people have choices of music. They have genres that they listen to. There's slow jams, there's classic R&Bs, there's soul, there's jazz, there's name it. And look, when I used to be a kid, I used to listen to songs that I don't even understand, but I love it. When I grew up, I started to read the lyrics and I was like, oh my God, is it this bullshit I've been listening to? I'm like, oh. I swear to God, some of the songs you are listening to, like Backstreet Boys, they will say, show me the meaning of being lonely. You might think they are singing it to a woman. I'm serious, it's not to a woman. This is look, you need to read the lyrics of songs to know some of the songs, what they are being spoken about. I heard one song from P. Diddy. He has one song, What is the name of the song? I forgot. Is it I Need a Girl or something? He said. I forgot the song. And he sang a line which is so gay. as a young guy, I never thought that part. Hey, Oshere, I see your message. I'll get back to you, inshallah. See, I heard the song and I checked the lyrics. Said, oh my God. He was singing it to a gay, to a man, not a woman. But you might think, when you without following the lyrics, wallahi lazim, you might think he was singing it to a lady. Seriously. So when you are just listening to something without understanding it, you are just kaput in the head. God wants you to understand the Quran. Reflect. Look, this is what the God says. Let's check what God says. Quran chapter 38, verse 29. Chapter 38, verse 29. God says, it is a blessed book. Listen what he said. It is a blessed book which we have revealed to you so that they, the people, may contemplate its verses and that those of intelligence would take heed. The book is already a blessed book. What God requires from you is to contemplate the book and take heed to the book. The book on its own is already blessed. It is you following it that will make you attain mercy, not you reciting it. So this is another verse. Quran chapter 6, verse 155. This is what God says. He says, and this is a blessed book which we have revealed, so follow it and become pious, so that you may attain mercy. The mercy will only be attained when you follow the book. Are you getting the point? Because the book is already blessed on its own. It is not a book that you have to be reciting now to be getting blessed. It's not a cheat code to go to heaven. You are looking for a cheat code. So, yes, I'll just go and sin. Then after I just come and recite. Yes, the foolish scholars are telling you every verse, every one letter you recite, you have 10 blessings. Are they the secretaries of God? Seriously. Hey, what kind of cheat code is this? They say if you are reciting the Quran, every letter you mention, you get 10 blessings. You think paradise is just that easy? You just come and take it and go. This is what God says concerning entering paradise. You think paradise is very cheap, right? Let me show you a verse. Then you get to know that paradise is never cheap. God says in Quran chapter 2, verse 214, this is what God says. Or do you think that you will enter the garden, that is Jannah, while the instance of those who passed before you has not yet come to you? Because you read the stories of the prophets and the messengers. You saw the tribulations and the trials they went through. You saw Hurricane Katrina's, tornadoes, tsunamis. You saw it happening to the people of Pharaoh and people of Ad. You thought it would not happen to us? Look around you. Look at America. Look at Indonesia. Look at Japan. Look at what is happening. Look at Turkey. So do you think you just go and enter paradise free of charge like this? Okay. Then God says, they were touched by misery and adversity and were shaken until the messenger and those who believed with him said, when is the help of God? When? God will shake you up till you call him. Yes, that's why even an atheist or agnostic, when they face the wrath of God, they say, oh my God. They say, oh God. Look, I literally saw an atheist who said there is no God. Says, if there is God, why is there so much evil? And I was laughing. I said, God will show you that he is there. I swear to God, the next time this atheist met me, he said, yes, there is God. And I said, how did you know that? He says, a thunder struck next to me. That's what he said. And when he said that, I have already shown him a verse in Quran chapter 13. Let me show you the verse again. In Quran chapter 13, verse 12 to verse verse 12 to verse 13. Quran chapter 13, verse 12 to verse 13. This is what God says. He is the one who shows you the lightning of fear and ambition and establishes the heavy clouds. Then verse 13. And the thunder glorifies with his praise, and so do the angels from fear of him. And he sends the thunderbolts to strike whomever he wills thereby. But they are arguing about God while he is severe in intrigue. Are you going to joke with this entity who created the heavens and the earth? And you shallow, you as a baby, they wipe your ass with the toilets and your poop and pee. You come and say, there is no God. There is no God. If there is God, why is this? You wait. So when the thunder gets you, you realize there is God. I'm serious. This atheist looked me in the eye and he says, there is God. Because I've shown this verse to the atheists before. He said, a thunder struck next to me. That's what he said. I said, oh, there's no God. There's no. He said, no, there's God. He says, man, how? He says, the thunder was just there. After you showed me the verse for some time, I laughed it off. But when it happened, I knew God is just watching me, he said. Because every human being has the iota of intelligence in your head. You know there's someone superior than you. Look, let's not even go to God. Let's not even go to God. When you meet the police officer, sometimes you know somebody is bigger than you, is stronger than you, he has power than you. An ordinary police officer can humble you. So how much more the creator of the heavens and the earth, and you look like nothing in front of him. And then you say, there is no God. There is no God. If there is God, why doesn't he come down to talk to me? Oh, he should come down to talk to you. When Donald Trump says he's going to deport people, do you see how people are crying and running? You are even scared of Donald Trump. Donald Trump, you are scared of him. And you are telling God, if there's God, let him come down. I am a God myself. You forgot what he did to Pharaoh, eh? When Pharaoh said he is God, go and ask Pharaoh. Go and wake Pharaoh up. Ask him, how did he end up? You go and ask Pharaoh. And then you understand. You call yourself God. Go and see this guy. He's called Vibes Cartel. Vibes Cartel. Okay, I think I have the video. Let me. I'll come back to the verse I was playing. But this brings an issue. There's a guy called Vibes Cartel. He went to prison. This is actually motivational. So let me see. Do I have the video? Vibes Cartel. Hopefully I find the video. It's a short video. This issue just brought me something. Listen to this video. This is Vibes Cartel. He's a reggae dancehall artist. Listen what he said. Oh, sorry. The video got corrupted. Let me put it again. Vibes Cartel. This is what he said.
Remember them kind of like God. Ask DJ. You couldn't tell me nothing about God. I was God. That's what I want to ask. That's how big I was in Jamaica. I was God. You did that. And God was like, nigga, you're not. Go sit down in this fucking dungeon Wow. Then he gave me that epiphany. Bro, chill. I gave you the blessing. Even them days I was helping a lot of people like Popcorn, Camille, Gaza Slim, etc. My parents, Russia, Not Nice, Jordan, fucking Birch. Kids' mother. Yeah, everybody. And God was like, bro, you need to slow down. If I didn't, that's why I told you, no regrets. Because if I didn't go to prison, I know I would have been dead.
He was showing his appreciation to God. Now, this is what God does when you become very arrogant and thinking you are untouchable and want to go loggerheads with God. He will show you his power. He will show you who he is. God speaks to us in different ways, many ways, right? Look, let me show you how God speaks to people. Now, when we say God talks to people, people don't understand how God does that. Quran chapter 42, verse 51. I show you something. In Quran chapter 42, verse 51, God says it is not for a human that God should speak to him except by inspiration. That is number one. Or behind a partition, number two. Or he sends a messenger to inspire what he wills by his permission. Indeed, he is supreme and wise. 3 instances God will speak to you as a human being. Yes. He will either speak to you by inspiration. He will speak to you by behind a partition to give you a signal by sign. When we say partition in terms of something transpiring between you and God, there's a partition, but you will know it is God. You will have the feeling, no, this is God. You understand? Your instinct, your intuition will tell you, this is God speaking to me. You start to have goosebumps. Or he sends a messenger to inspire what he wills by his permission. In these 3 instances, he will eventually communicate with you, whether you like it or not. So when people go to the stance because of some little wealth they have, or because of some favor God has given them, then they start going on top of the world. I am God. I am God. Oh, really? Go and ask Pharaoh. I'm serious. Go and look for Pharaoh's dead body and ask him. Ask Pharaoh, how far? You just wake Pharaoh up. Go and wake him up. Ask him, hey, my guy, how far? How far would you call yourself God? What happened? He will advise you. So this is Vibes Cartel. He was alive to tell the story. And I have his old video. I wanted to play the old video before the new video. The old video had him standing on stage telling school children that he is God. He says, forget about God, whatever. Oh, 13 years later, this is him confessing. You want to joke with the creator of the heavens and the earth? No, don't do that joke. Seriously, he will mess you up. Okay, so I was giving you a verse to show you that going to Jannah is never an easy task. It's not a joke. You have to work hard for it, right? It's not just going to recite 10 verses and you think you have paradise. So Quran chapter 2, verse 214, this is what God says. God says, or do you think that you will enter the garden while the instance of those before you, the instance of those before you, those who passed before you has not yet come to you. They were touched by misery and adversity and were shaken until the messenger and those who believed with him said, when is the help of God? Verily, indeed, the help of God is near. So going to paradise is not just going to take Quran and say you read 10 verses and you get blessings every day. No, you have to act righteous upon it. And then when we say righteousness, we are talking about Quran chapter 2, verse 177. And this is what it says. It says, righteousness is not to turn your faces towards the east and the west, but righteous is one who believes in God, the last day, the angels, the book, the prophets, and gives money upon love for it to the relatives, the orphans, the poor people, the wayfarer, the beggars, and for the slaves, or we can say rikab, people who are restricted by some issues or problems, not necessarily slaves, right? And they establish the salat and give the zakat, and they fulfill their agreement whenever they make an agreement. And they are patient in misery, adversity, and in times of fear. Those are the ones who are truthful. That is the honest ones. And they are those who are the pious. So this is what God requires of you, right? So it is not just about taking the Quran and you are reading, you say, I'm getting every one letter I read, I'm getting 10 blessings. Hey, just like that. Hey, this is cheat code, shortcut. Why? No. Yes. So let's move on. Asim, what you are saying is fully nonsensical, right? Asim Alakim. Oh, sorry.
To it, you can also read the tafsir.
Now, to make it worse, this bozo went ahead to say, whilst you are listening to the recitation of the Quran from YouTube or cassette or DVD, he says you can also be looking at the tafsir. So this is the tafsirs of their own scholars. There is Qurtubi, Bagawi, Saad, Jalalain, Tabari. You mentioned them. They don't even know which one to choose. They Ibn Kathir and so on. All the jumbos of tafsirs they have for you, they think is part of Islam.
Or the translation into your own language.
So now he's telling you you can take the translation into your own language. If you ask him who said this, which prophet? Prophet Muhammad, where did he say all this? No. In the time of Prophet Muhammad, there's no YouTube, there's no cassette, there's no DVD. So, Asim Alakim, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, let's go to the next video. The next video has to do with this. There's a Christian, I saw his video. Yeah, there's a video of a Christian. Let me play the video. Where did I save it? Let me check. This guy, listen to what he has to say.
Call Jesus as God, my idea was he's a prophet, but he's a prophet greater than Muhammad. So one day I went to my teacher, the one who taught me 10 years in Arabic college, and I asked him, teacher, how did God created the universe? Then he said, God created the universe through the word. Through the word. Then my question, word is creator or creation? Must clear it. My question, whether the word of God is creator or creation. Quran says Jesus is word of God. If my teacher said the word of God is creator, which means Jesus is creator, then the Muslims must become Christian. So there we have a big argument, and at the end what I did, I took my Quran, kept on my chest, and I said, Allah, tell me what should I do? Because your Quran says Jesus is still alive, Muhammad is no more. You tell me whom should I accept. After my prayer, I opened Quran. I didn't ask anyone, I asked only to my Allah. When I opened Quran, I saw chapter 10 verse 94. You know what Quran says? فَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي شَكٍّ مِّمَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ فَاسْأَلِ الَّذِينَ يَقْرَؤُونَ الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ. If you have any doubt in this Quran which I gave to you, go and read the Bible, or ask the people, those who read the Bible. The truth is already revealed in that. So if you ask me, who made me Christian? It's not any fathers, it's not any sisters, it's not any bishops, it's not any cardinal, it's not even Pope. But the Holy Quran converted me to Christianity.
I can assume this guy is either from India or Bangladesh, right? Between the two, I can assume it's either from India or Bangladesh. But what he is saying is nonsensical. The Quran doesn't convert you to Christianity. Yeah, the Quran doesn't do that. No. Yes, Timothy John, thank you. The Quran does not do that. Yeah. So let's go through what he said. Then I'm going to show you the contradiction in his statement and the problem with this kind of people, right? Exactly. New convert says paid actors. That is the right word. Paid actors. They are Now let's listen to him carefully. I'm going to break down the instance of the lies he spoke. And keep people in check. When they are quoting verses without finishing the verse, there's a problem, especially when they are making a bigger allegation as such.
I don't call Jesus as God. My idea was he's a prophet, but...
So he says, I don't call Jesus a God. Then he says, my idea is he is a prophet greater than Muhammad. Now, this is trying to compare the prophets and bring this chaotic way of understanding. The moment people start doing that, the moment people start doing this, that becomes a problem, right? Now,
he's a prophet greater than Muhammad. So one day I went
out of the contradiction in his statement. He said Jesus is a prophet greater than Muhammad. So he said he doesn't call Jesus a God, he calls him a prophet. Then he says he is a prophet greater than Muhammad, but yet the word prophet, right? Prophet. Man, let's go ahead.
To my teacher.
Then he says, one day I went to my teacher, the one who taught me 10 years in Arabic college. So sometimes when a person has a script written down for him to say something, it becomes obvious the way the statement is being arranged. When you see a person talking from a script, the way they talk, it seems obvious when the person is speaking. Right? You see, when he mentioned the 10 years, he was just straightforward to the 10 years without actually contemplating or trying to ponder over something. He just went straight. 10 years. Okay, he has mastered the art of repeating the script. Okay, so let's go.
The one who taught me 10 years in Arabic college, and I asked him, teacher, how...
And then he asked the teacher, if he taught you 10 years, but now out of what he taught you for 10 years, you couldn't get the answer. So now you're asking the teacher, right? Okay, teacher, how did God create the universe? This is what you ask. So out of the 10 years your teacher taught you, you couldn't get the answer. So now you're asking the teacher, right? Okay.
How did God created the universe? Then he said God created the universe through the word.
Then the Arabic teacher said God created the universe through the word. Where does he say that in the Quran? Where did God say God created the universe through the word? No, where? Seriously, where? In the Quran? Because he says the Quran made him a Christian. So if your Arabic teacher said God created the universe through the word, where in the Quran does he say that? Where? God created the world or the universe through the word. That's what your teacher said. Where does he say that in the Quran? Because if you claim the Quran led you to Christianity, we should find that answer in the Quran, right? It's not there. Right? Okay, let's pay attention to his words.
Through the word. Then my question, word is creator or creation?
Then he goes ahead to say the word is creator or creation, because the Christians have this concept in John chapter 1 verse 1. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. That statement is coming from John. John, they said John, the disciple of Jesus. He says in the beginning. Yet when you go to Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, in the beginning is different from the in the beginning of John chapter 1 verse 1. There's a big difference. In the beginning, in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, go and check. That in the beginning, I don't know which beginning it was that. Then the John chapter 1 verse 1, in the beginning, I don't know which beginning is that. Is it the beginning of a movie or the beginning of Jesus' life? Okay. So in the beginning in John chapter 1 verse 1 is different from in the beginning of Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. So that's the confusion of the Bible, right? But anyways, this guy got this understanding of the word from the Bible, because the word. So I'm going to show you something.
Must clear it. My question, whether the word of God is...
So he says, my question, whether the word of God is creator or creation.
Creator or creation. Quran says Jesus is word of God.
So now he started twisting words, because if before you are asking your Arabic teacher and your Arabic teacher answered without giving you a verse, now you left your Arabic teacher hanging. You ask him a question, but you left him hanging. Then now you are saying Quran says Jesus is word of God. Where are you going with this? Jesus is word of God. Okay, let's go.
If my teacher said the word of God is creator, which means Jesus is creator, then the Muslims must become Christian.
God have mercy upon us.
So he thought he said something very smart. I'm flabbergasted, seriously. He thought he said something very, very smart and logical. Let's think what he said. He said what?
Teacher said the word of God is creator, which means Jesus is creator.
Now he goes ahead to say his teacher said the word of God is creator, which means
then the Muslims must become Christian.
Which means hey, why is it
Word of God. If my teacher said the word of God is creator, which means Jesus is creator.
He says if his teacher says the word of God is creator, which means Jesus is creator,
then the Muslims must become Christian.
Then the Muslims must become Christian.
So there we have a big argument, and you know at the end what I did? I took.
He lost me somewhere. Then he says, from that statement, then he says, then we had a big argument. What happened to if the word of God is the creator? What happened to that statement? Because you haven't finished that part. Okay, then you say you have a big argument. Okay, let's go. Then he says, I took my Quran, put it on my chest. You took your Quran when you're supposed to study it and follow it. You took it out, you put it on your chest.
Took my Quran, kept on my chest, and I said, Allah, tell me what should I do?
Allah, tell me what should I do? Dummy. You have the book, open it and study. Jackass. He says, I put the Quran on my chest. Allah, tell me what should I do? Chapter 38, verse 29. He's telling you to reflect on the verses. Dummy. You left the verses and you are putting the book on your chest to tell God, what should I do? If this guy said he left Islam for Christianity, he's a bozo anyway. He left when he was a bozo. I don't think he is even coming back because he left his brain also behind. He didn't go to Christianity with any brain. Okay, let's continue. He says, Allah, tell me what should I do? I don't know how you want God to speak to him when God is speaking to us from the Quran.
Because your Quran says Jesus is still alive, Muhammad.
Because your Quran says Jesus is still alive. Where does it say that? Quran never said Jesus is still alive. Nowhere. Wallahi, wallahi. Quran never said Jesus is still alive. Nowhere. Wallahi. Then he says, and Muhammad is no more. Where in the Quran does he even say Muhammad is no more? Quran never said Muhammad died. He only said he will die, which we know as human beings, intellectually, we know he will die as a human being. But Quran never said Muhammad is no more. So what is this guy talking about? But people don't scrutinize. That's why you have correctional officer. I will help you to examine nonsensical statements from people like this.
It's no more. You tell me whom should I accept.
So is it God he's talking to like this? Huh? Yeah, thank you very much, Big Smith. Is it God this guy was talking to like this? So now he's telling God, this guy is a paid comedian, seriously. He says, okay, he's telling God in his prayer. Then he says, after my prayer, I opened the Quran. Dummy, you were supposed to open the Quran long time, not, not putting the Quran on your chest and pray to God. So after the prayer, he opened the Quran. Listen to what he said.
After my prayer, I opened Quran. I didn't ask anyone. I asked only to my Allah.
What is this? What is this? Seriously, what is this? Now, what is this?
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, you know what I'm saying?
When I opened Quran, I saw chapter 10, verse 94.
Oh my God. So this is where the bombshell is coming. So after talking to God, he opened the Quran. When he opened the Quran, he saw chapter 10, verse 94. I'm going to show you the trick of people. When you listen to people like this, the trick on how they are paid actors, but they are bad actors. I'm going to expose this guy to show you the trick. Listen what he said. He opened the Quran and he found chapter 10, verse 94. Eventually, this is what Christians use a lot. Okay. And mind you, he said he didn't ask anybody. He asked God. He asked Allah, and then Allah asked him to open the Quran for the answer, right? Now check.
You know what Quran says? فَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي شَكٍّ مِّمَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ فَاسْأَلِ الَّذِينَ يَقْرَؤُونَ الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ. If you have any doubt...
He quoted the verse and he didn't finish the whole verse, right? I'm going to show you. I'll put the verse on the screen. Then I'll let him finish speaking. Then you see what the problem is, right? Okay. Okay. I'll put the verse on the screen, but let him finish this part.
In this Quran which I gave to you, go and read the Bible, or ask the people, those who read the Bible. The truth is already revealed in that.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Bozu. Thank you. Thank you, Bozu. Thank you. I wish I knew his name. But let's see the verse. Did you hear what he just said? Did you see how he lied? He didn't even finish the verse in full. And he put the word Bible there. The Quran doesn't say Bible. You will never find the word Bible in the Quran. But let's see what God says. God is telling the prophet. He is the first person God is talking. So second person pronoun. God is talking to him. And God says, so if you are in doubt of what we have revealed to you, Ilaika, second person pronoun. If you are in doubt, then ask those who read the book before you. Quran chapter 17 verse 2. God says, وَآتَيْنَا مُوسَى الْكِتَابَ وَجَعَلْنَا هُدًى لِبَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ أَلَّا تَتَّخِذُوا مِن دُونِي وَكِيلًا. So God gave the children of Israel the Al-Kitab, the writing, the book. They have it, the children of Israel. So God is now telling Muhammad that if you are in doubt of what we have revealed to you, because he has also been given the Al-Kitab, right? So then ask those who read the Al-Kitab before you, again, second person pronoun. The truth has come to you. That is, has suddenly come to you. God is now placing an emphasis on a statement so that he will not have a doubt. So God says, the truth has suddenly come to you from your Lord. So do not be of the doubters. God started by saying, if you are in doubt. God ended by saying, do not be of the doubters. So the question is, did Muhammad doubt God? Because God is already telling you the truth here. It is only when I doubt, then I'm going to ask. But if I don't doubt, I stick to the book. He never doubted God. God already told him, do not be of the doubters. This is the truth you haven't here. When the guy was speaking, he didn't fulfill the verse. And he left it at a point by interpolating words in the verse just to convince the ignorant audience. Listen to him at that time. So let's play the video back. Listen to what he said.
In this Quran which I gave to you, لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ. If you have any doubt...
The verse doesn't stop with لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ. So this is the verse on the screen. I'm going to expose him to see, for you to see. You see, He read the verse, he went ahead and stopped here. لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقِّ. This is where he stopped. The verse doesn't stop at لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقِّ. It doesn't stop there. The verse continues, جَاءَكَ الْحَقِّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. Then he says, فَلَا تَكُنَّنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. So God finished the statement by erasing the doubt. This guy didn't complete the verse to erase the doubt. Then he interpolated words there by saying, go and ask those who read the Bible. The Bible never existed at the time of Jesus. The Bible never existed at the time of Moses. There was no book called Bible. There was no book called Old Testament and New Testament at the time of Moses. There was no book called New Testament in the time of Jesus even. So if you say, go and read the Bible, which Bible are you talking about? King James Version? Which one? The Ethiopian, the one in Ethiopia? Please, which Bible? But people like this don't get questioned, right? Okay, so now this is his statement.
Quran which I gave to you, go and read the Bible. Or
where in the verse does it say, if you have doubt in this Quran which I gave you? God never said that in the statement. Listen to what God says. God says, so if you are in doubt of what we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the book before you. Okay. Then now this is the words the guy is putting inside. He says, those who read the Bible.
Those who read the Bible.
So now he says, ask the people, those who read the Bible. Let's go and check the verse. Where does he say, ask the people, those who read the Bible? So then God says, then ask those who read the Al-Kitab before you. Doesn't say Bible there. Because if you put the word Bible, then you are assuming the same Bible you are using today. That is the Bible we have to go and ask. That Bible didn't exist at the time of Muhammad. Yes, the Bible you have today didn't exist at the time of Muhammad. Now, he continues.
Already revealed in that.
Then he says the truth is already revealed in that. Let's go and check the verse. Does he say the truth is already revealed in that? So God says, the truth has certainly come to you. God didn't say the truth is already revealed in that. God never said that. He never said that in the verse. The truth is already revealed in that. Hey, this guy, this Indian guy. You think this is Bollywood, eh? Eh? In Bollywood, they can slap somebody on the street and he go and fall in the hospital. Or they can slap somebody from outside, then he end up in the police station, straightforward. It is only Bollywood they can shoot a gun. The bullet can be in the air, in the atmosphere for like 5 minutes, and then the person can go and drink coffee and come back before the bullets went. I'm serious. It is only Bollywood. You will see people outside. Maybe the guy and the lady, they are dirty outside. All of a sudden, the music starts. They have nice clothes on. I don't know which fashion company just gets everything ready for them. So this guy was using the same Bollywood tactics to just lie to us. The truth was revealed where in that? Which Bible? Let me come out for that, do Allah. Where does the verse say that? You go and hey, by the way, I'm a very big fan of Bollywood. I'm not insulting or looking down. But I used to watch Bollywood a lot. Actually, I know some of the nice songs. My favorite actors are Shah Rukh Khan and Amitabh Bachchan. I used to watch Indian movies. Chalo. So let's go to the next point this guy was saying. He's lying, actually.
So if you ask me who made me Christian,
so now he says, so if you ask me who made me Christian, because the verse he quoted has nothing to do with becoming a Christian. The verse he even quoted is a lie. Seriously. The verse he quoted, he lied. He twisted the verse. So now he says, so if you ask me who made me a Christian, he said, it is not any fathers, it is not any sisters, it is not what?
It's not any fathers, it's not any sisters, it's not any bishops, it's not any cardinal, it's not even pope. But the Holy Quran.
But the Holy Quran converted me to Christianity. You are a bozo. You are the biggest bozo I've ever seen from India. How can you say the Quran converted you to Christianity when the verse you quoted doesn't mention Christians? It doesn't mention Bible. It doesn't even say the truth has been revealed in that. And you didn't even finish the verse to get the clarity. And then you listen to these paid actors, these liars. This is how they mislead people. This is how they lie to people. Yes. They've been paid to do that.
And converted me to Christianity.
Islam will never convert you to Christianity. Seriously. That is if you are a sound-minded person. There's no way Islam of the Quran will convert you to Christianity. It doesn't work that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, be careful when you are listening to these paid actors online to act like this, right? Let's go to the last video, by the way. The last video has to do with these guys. They are the ones I put on the main poster of today's program, right? So this is the main video for today. This is the main video I'm going to put.
Please, you have been able to preserve. Yeah, of course.
Perfect.
Of course.
The third time, the Quran is perfect.
Yes.
A goat and a sheep did not come and eat verses from the Quran.
The stoning verse.
No, it doesn't.
The Quran is not pages. Okay, the Quran is so preserved on the preserved tablet.
So
in heaven.
Again, it doesn't exist in real life, and we have to wait for the
hereafter. You want to talk about? Are you trying to pin me on like regime? Are you trying to pin me on?
No, I'm not trying to pin you on anything. You're telling me this book is perfect, and this is the belief of mainstream Muslims. I'm asking you, did a sheep and a goat not eat verses of the Quran?
You're referring to a narration about pages that were eaten. That doesn't mean that the Quran was lost. So it's revealed from the angel Gabriel to the Prophet, peace be upon him. It's preserved on the preserved tablet, and it's been preserved with on earth.
I understand. So this is not the real Quran. There is a real Quran you're referring to that is preserved on a tablet.
No, it is the real Quran.
This is the real Quran, but it's missing certain verses.
Certain ayat are mansukh, meaning they've been abrogated.
No, they've been eaten by sheep and goat. Yes or no?
You're talking about written. If I write a verse of the Quran on here and then this page is burned, that doesn't mean that the Quran has been burned.
Okay. So where is the verse that of the breastfeeding and the stoning that was eaten by the goat and the sheep? And you're saying it doesn't change the Quran. Show me.
There is a extensive scholarly discussion
on
that verse.
Show me the verse.
The verse has been abrogated.
It wasn't. It was eaten by a goat.
But God made. He says God made the goat eat it. So
no, he didn't say that.
No, in the Quran, Allah says that He can make you forget in Surah Al-A'la. Okay, what Allah wills that you forget, you'll forget.
Forget what?
If there are certain verses, this is the Prophet, peace be upon him,
brother,
who has brought the religion.
Answer me,
and
yes
then
or no.
at the end of his message, at the end of the career of the Prophet,
speaking
peace be
about
upon
modernity.
him, he said that I've completed your religion.
No, it's not complete. Not complete. You said modernity has
this
a problem.
Is so far beyond like the realm of mainstream Muslims. The kind of points that you're making.
I'm not making any point. I'm asking you a question.
There's no one who agrees with the kinds of arguments that you're presenting.
I'm not arguing.
I answered your question.
You're not answering.
You said, did a goat eat it? I said,
did a goat eat it?
A page, yes, can be eaten. What's the point?
Oh no, this is normal.
This is normal. This is
chatting. Okay. Did a goat eat the verse of the Quran? Yes or no?
A page that a verse was written on was
two verses.
A verse can be mansukh, it can be abrogated.
Okay, were they eaten?
That
yes
does
or
not
no?
mean that the book that we have has been corrupted.
You see, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. So let's go over the video. Let's see what they have to say.
Hold on, Amir, please.
I have been able to preserve. Yeah, of course.
Perfect.
So this Shia guy here, The Shia guy, that is his picture I have down the page here, below on the screen. He is the one using the turban on his head on my screen. Then we have Daniel Hakikachu on the right, down there on my wallpaper. That is him being questioned by this Shia Imam. So this Shia Imam, I think, is based in Australia, right? So he's now facing Daniel Hakikachu, who is a Sunni. So Shia versus Sunni. Now he's interrogating him. So I think they were having a dialogue or something, but he's interrogating him. This is interrogative question. So now check the line of question he was asking him. You can see how Daniel Hakikachu was very confused, very perplexed. Now check.
Of course.
The third time, but
So he asked him, is the Quran preserved? Hakikachu said, yes, of course. He said, yes, the Quran is preserved. Now listen.
the Quran is perfect.
Yes.
He asked him, the Quran is perfect. He said, yes, because the line of questioning is to trap Hakikachu. That's why the Shia Imam was asking him that. So now he says, and a goat.
And a sheep did not come and eat vegetables.
It's actually a goat. The hadith is about it's a sheep. Sorry, the hadith is about a sheep. That is Sunan Ibn Majah 1944. Let me see if I can put it on the screen. Yeah, the hadith is that is Sunan Ibn Majah 1944. It was narrated that Aisha said, the verse of stoning of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow. When the messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came in and ate it, right? So a tame sheep came in and ate it. So this is their claim, right? So meaning there was a verse of stoning somebody to death was revealed 10 times. You have to stone the person, and it was revealed, and the paper was with her under the pillow. So meaning, hey, my God, the same Mushriks who are telling you that the Quran was revealed by memorization and it was passed down by generations after generations, the same Mushriks are now telling you that when the Quran was revealed, when this verse was revealed, it was on a sheet of paper. So that means nobody else had the verse. So it was on the paper, and then the sheep ate it. So when the sheep ate it, what happened? Where's the verse in the Quran? We don't find it. So if you ask the Mushriks, do you believe the Quran is complete? You see them looking at you like this. What are you trying to say, Akhi? So that's exactly the same thing is going to face here. Now check what happened.
The stoning verse.
No, it doesn't.
The stoning verse, now the Shia Imam is asking him, the stoning verse is not in the Quran. It's not there because you the Sunnis, you claim the sheep ate that paper. So we don't find the stoning verse in the Quran. It's not there. You said somebody who commits adultery should be stoned 10 times. But we don't find it in the Quran. But you are claiming yet it's a part of your hadith books. You see?
The Quran is not pages. Okay, the Quran.
This guy goes ahead to say the Quran is not pages. So meaning the physical book we are using as the Quran is not pages. Ladies and gentlemen, the Quran is a wireless book. The Quran is not pages. And this is how correctional officers make people look stupid. When I'm having discussion or dialogue with people who don't know what they are about, this is how I make them look stupid. And that is exactly how Daniel Hakikachu was made to look stupid. Again, he says the Quran is not pages. After God is saying in chapter 98 verse 2, Rasulu min Allah yatulu suhufan mutahhara fiha kutubun qayyima. Right? Suhuf. When we say suhuf, the pages. The Quran contains pages. This bozo here says the Quran is not pages. But let's go.
Quran is So preserved on the preserved tablet.
The Quran is preserved on the preserved tablet. By the way, this 21st century, when we say tablet, we can be talking about smart, iPad and so on, tablet. But even a fasting sheet of paper can be called tablet as well, right? So tablet doesn't only mean, the one we are using today. Tablet can also mean you have this tablet like Al-Wahid, the one Moses had when he cast them down and broke them. The ones he had. Al-Wahid, that's the tablets. Lahu is one tablet. But then we have Al-Wahid. This is two or more given to Moses. Those tablets also. So he threw them on the this thing. He cast them on the ground, right? Quran chapter 7, verse 146. Yeah, so when you go to Quran chapter 7, verse 100 and... Oh, sorry. Let me share the screen here. In Quran chapter 7, verse 145, you see it here, Al-Wahy. So here it says, and we wrote for him on the tablets of all things as preachment and elaboration for all things. Then God says, so take them with what? Strength, and command your people to take the best of it. So the tablets can also be anything flat that you have, a surface that you write something on. So it is not necessarily tablets where we say, like the way we have phone, this tablet, iPad, and so on, that we can open the Quran on it. We call it tablet. We give it a name tablet because also, yes, you have something that is written on it. Then the Moses also was given the tablets, right? And we wrote for him on tablets of all things as preachment and elaboration for all things. So take them with strength and command your people to take the best of it, right? Then God says, I will show you the home of the immoral. Yeah. Yes. And then when you go to Quran chapter 7, verse 150, then it says, and when Moses returned to his people angry and regretful, he said, how bad you have succeeded me after. Were you hastening the command of your Lord? And he threw the tablets and seized his brother by the head, pulling him toward him. And he said, son of my mother, indeed, the people oppressed me and almost killed me. So let not the enemies gloat over me, and do not assign me with the transgressing people. Right? So that is the tablets. So you see Al-Wahy. Then the singular form is mentioned in Quran chapter 85, verse 21. In Quran chapter 85, verse 21, where it says, Bal huwa Qur'anun Majid, then it says, Fi lahwin mahfuz. In fact, it is a glorious reading in a preserved tablet. Now, what the Mushriks will eventually be doing is they will tell you the tablet is with God. It's a lie. God never said the tablet is with him. He didn't say Lawhim Mahfuz is with him. Lawhim Mahfuz itself, the book, is a preserved book by God. You have the Quran with you. It's preserved. That's why you have it till today. So when we say Lawhim Mahfuz, nowhere in the Quran did God say Lawhim Mahfuz is with him. It's a lie. So when we say Lawhi, is a singular form of Al-Wahy, meaning the tablets. So one form is tablet, but the tablet can also be a fasting sheet of paper. A part of paper can be tablet, right? Just like I'm telling you, in this 21st century, this iPad you are using and so on can also be called tablet. So God says, in fact, it's a glorious reading in a preserved tablet. Now, listen to what this mushrik was saying here. Hakikatu. This is the claim.
In heaven.
Oh, again, it doesn't exist.
So now he says, Lawhim Mahfuz in heaven, which means we don't have a physical Quran. Hakikatu is saying, Lawhim Mahfuz is in heaven. So the Quran is in heaven. I don't know how the Quran is supposed to be guidance for mankind when it physically it's not here. But this is the lies they have to stand up with when they keep lying about the verses of God. Let's go.
In real life, and we have to wait for
you want to talk about? Are you trying to pin me on like regime? Are you trying to pin me on?
Now he's asking the Shia guy that, are you trying to pin me on regime concerning stoning, right? Because the Hadith, especially the Sunnis, they claim there's the verse of stoning, and then the sheep ate it, so it cannot be found in the Quran. So which means the Quran is not complete. That's the point. So now the guy is asking him a question. Hakikatu is embarrassed, and he is telling the guy, are you trying to pin me down? He's pinning you down eventually.
No, I'm not trying to pin you on anything. You're telling me this book is perfect, and this is the belief of mainstream Muslims.
Yes, you the Sunnis are saying the Quran is perfect, but yet you are claiming there's a verse of stoning revealed, but we don't find it in the Quran, which means the Quran is not perfect. It's imperfect according to your HBGB understanding.
I'm asking you, did a sheep and a goat not eat verses of the Quran?
You're referring to a narration.
You see how his voice is shaking. He's scared to answer. It's a simple question. The guy is asking, did the sheep not eat the verse of the Quran? Just answer yes or no, because your Sunni books claim so. The evidence is there. Who has never heard this kind of hadith before? Almost everybody has heard it before. So just admit, yes, a sheep ate our verses, and we cannot find it in the Quran. But you don't see the Sunnis admitting this.
About pages that were eaten. That doesn't mean that the Quran was lost.
So if we are not talking about being lost, he says there are narrations which talks about the pages of the Quran being eaten by a sheep. So if that is the case, what? If that is the case, what?
It's revealed from the angel Gabriel to the Prophet, peace be upon him. It's preserved on the preserved tablet, and it's been preserved with on earth.
You see the gibberish he is speaking.
Preserved tablet, and it's been preserved with on earth. I
understand. So this is not the real Quran.
Now, what sense did this guy just speak now? What is he speaking? He said Gabriel revealed what?
And it's been preserved with on earth.
It's been preserved on earth by what?
I understand. So this is not the real Quran. There is a real Quran.
So then the guy asked him, this is not the real Quran. If you say the Quran is Lawhil Mahfuz, preserved with God, that means this is not the real Quran. That is something else, right? So see.
Quran you're referring to that is preserved on a tablet.
No, it is the real Quran.
This is the real Quran, but it's missing certain verses.
Certain ayat are mansukh, meaning they're.
So now the guy is asking him, the Quran is missing certain verses. Then he says certain ayat, certain verses are mansukh, meaning they have been cancelled. Right? Mansukh meaning to be abrogated according to them.
They've been abrogated.
No.
They've been abrogated by who? I'm yet to see a scholar who will tell me this verse has been abrogated by this verse, and this is what God says, that verse has abrogated that verse. Remember, Quran chapter 2 verse 2, God says, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. That is the book wherein there is no doubt, as guidance for the pious. So if something doesn't have doubt inside, which means nothing has been abrogated, because the moment you said some verses have been abrogated, which means there's a doubt. Because why would something be abrogated if that thing is still valid or still good to be used? Are you getting my point? The moment you tell me something has been cancelled, it means it's bad. Academically, when we are in school, the only time you cancel something you've written is when there's a mistake. Yes. So if you cancel it, it means there's a doubt. That's why it's cancelled, for something else to take place. Are you getting my point? So now, if you say there is no doubt in the Quran, why are you again telling us some verses have been abrogated? And when it's abrogated, can it be used? The answer is no, as doubt. Are you getting the point? Okay.
Eaten by sheep and goat, yes or no?
You're talking about
Hakikachu is actually sweating and struggling, right?
Written. If I write a verse of the Quran on here and then this page is burned, that doesn't mean that the Quran has been burned.
Okay, so where is the verse that of the breastfeeding and the stoning that was eaten by the goat and the sheep? And you're saying it doesn't change the Quran. Show me.
There is a extensive scholarly discussion
Show me
on
the verse.
that verse.
Show me the verse.
The verse has been abrogated.
It wasn't. It was eaten by a goat.
But God made. He says God made the goat eat it. So
no.
This moderator, you are sitting there. Hakikachu never said that. You are speaking on his behalf. This is Hakikachu. He's sweating. Look at the way he held his head. You can see from the video. Hakikachu was holding his head. He's sweating. He couldn't answer the questions the Shia Imam was asking him. He's confused. And he's smiling with embarrassment. So now, he's still emphasizing, answer the question, because he wants to prove to him the contradictory aspect of their faith. So now look.
No, he didn't say that.
No, in the Quran, Allah says that He can make you forget.
Look at the childish look at the childish answers Hakikachu now is speaking about. In the Quran, Allah says He can make you forget. Quran chapter 87, verse 6 to verse 7. He told the Prophet, "Sanukuruka fala tansa illa ma sha Allah." We will make you read so that you will not forget, except for what God wills. But He doesn't say He will make him forget a verse and then so that it will not be added to the Quran. And then that what?
In Surah Al-A'la, okay, what Allah wills that you forget, you'll forget.
Forget what?
If there are certain verses or this is the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Brother, they are not making sense. How are people listening to these bozos? Where is the sense in what Hakikachu is saying? Where is the sense?
Answer me, yes
then
or no.
At the end of his message, at the end of the career of the Prophet,
speaking about modernity.
At the end of the career of the Prophet, you think it's a football match or tournament or what? At the end of what? Career of who?
that I've completed your religion.
No, it's not complete. Not complete.
It's not complete. Of course, I agree with this guy. Because if you say the sheep has eaten some verses of the Quran, and you say stoning, and we don't find stoning in the present day Quran, you said it's not there. And then you keep saying it's in the preserved tablet with God, but yet we don't have it in this. Hey, why these heebie-jeebies? Where are they coming from? I don't understand. And these Mushriks, the Sunnis, and so they think they are making sense all over. They are bozos, I'm telling you for a fact, because you have never sat down to assess their medulla oblongata, whatever.
You said modernity has
this
a problem.
is so far beyond like the realm of mainstream Muslims.
Yes, because the mainstream Muslims are foolish. They've been fooled for so many years. So if you say this is so far beyond the mainstream Muslims, this guy is intellectually asking you an intellectual question. Just intellectually answer him, because eventually the video will go mainstream and people will watch it. So if it is so far, you will not discuss it. No wonder you are telling your audience not to ask certain type of questions.
The kind of points that you're making.
I'm not making any point. I'm asking you a question.
There's no one who agrees with the kinds of
I'm asking you a
arguments that
question.
you're presenting.
I'm not arguing.
I answered your question.
You're not answering.
You said, did a goat eat it? I said,
did a goat eat it?
A page, yes, can be eaten. What's the point?
Oh no, this is normal.
This is normal. This is
chatting.
okay.
Right. Did a goat eat the verse of the Quran? Yes or no?
a page that a verse was written on.
Two verses.
A verse can be mansukh, it can be abrogated.
Okay, were they eaten?
That
Yes
does
or
not
no?
mean that the book that we have has been corrupted.
So you saw the struggle of Daniel Hakikachu struggling to answer questions because his religion is built on falsehood and lies. And that is the problem with lies. Do you see how lies look like? You started with a lie, you can't defend a lie. So God says, Ja al-haq wa zahaq al-batil, inna batila kana zahuqa. The truth has come and falsehood will vanish. And eventually falsehood is bound to vanish, whether you like it or not. Right? Falsehood will vanish, whether you like it or not. Because when your faith is built on lies or falsehood, it will vanish. Yeah. Okay. So you saw what just happened concerning exactly. Yeah. Okay. That is the point. Somebody's asking. He says, how will the companions forget the verses just because some animal ate a piece of paper? Yes, because according to the narration of the scholars, they are telling you the Quran was memorized at the time of the Prophet. So if a verse has been eaten by the sheep, it still be applicable. So where is the verse? They don't have it. And it's not in the Quran because it's a lie in the first place. God says his word is complete in truth and justice. Quran chapter 6 verse 115. Quran is complete. Yes. Quran chapter 6 verse chapter 20 verse 114. God told the prophet that the inspiration of the Quran will be completed to him, and he has to say, God, increase me in knowledge. And then you have these mushriks, the Sunnis and so on, telling you, oh, there's a verse of stoning. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they still stone people to death. You go to countries like Yemen, Bahrain, and so on, some Arabian countries, they stone. You go to Pakistan, they will stone people to death. All these are inspired by hadith books, not from the Quran. But because they don't interrogate their scholars, they don't ask the necessary questions, they are in limbo. You see? Anyways, so that is Daniel Hakikachu, and then the Shia Imam. You saw how they were struggling with each other. Daniel Hakikachu struggling to answer the question, and they cannot answer. Yeah, it is game over for the Mushriks. The truth is here now. Yes, it is game over. They have nowhere to hide unless to just get angry at us. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I put my phone number. Let me put my number. Yeah, this is the number up there. I think I might have like 30 minutes or so to go. Then I can go to TikTok for a bit before I go. So kindly call, let me see. And let me send a link. I think I have the invites link. I'll put it on here. This is the link to join as a guest, right? If you want to join as a guest, this is the link to join as a guest. Yeah, that is the link on the page to join as a guest. Other than that, if you want to call to ask your question, you can call +358 466 803144. You can call via WhatsApp +358 466 803144. So you can call or you can join via the link. I think for those on YouTube, for those on Facebook, I don't know what is wrong, but it says here I cannot post the link to Facebook. I don't know why. It says there's some settings error, right? Yeah, there's some settings error. That's why. So let me see. What do I need to do? Why can't I paste the comment on Facebook? Let me see. There's I'm trying to fix some settings here, but it seems I don't know why this is not showing. Okay. It says view on Facebook. Okay. Put the banner here.
Are you a defensive listener? Like, are your ears tuned for offense? I've emphasized the importance of how the character of a messenger and their delivery can shape the outcome of a conversation. But fairness demands that we look at the other side too, and that's the role of the listener. That while many conversations falter due to careless communicators, misinterpretation can distort an intended meaning just as much as miscommunication does. Defensive listening occurs when someone perceives a comment as an attack even when no harm was delivered. In some cases, a speaker can communicate masterfully and without error, but the listener internalizes the message through a lens of offense for one reason or another. Now, research tells us that we listen at about 25% efficiency. And when you factor in unresolved personal conflict or we project our own adverse life experiences onto a communicator, our ability to hear them diminishes exponentially. Not because the speaker failed, but because we as listeners can warp the message too. Now, it's far easier to blame someone else for mishandling their words than it is to acknowledge when we've mishandled their message. So hear me, listening isn't passive, it is an active responsibility. It requires us to confront our biases and examine our insecurities in order to approach conversations with an openness and a dose of humble vulnerability. So don't be so ready to criticize a messenger's ability to speak without addressing the listener's responsibility to listen.
Yeah. So kindly call before I join. I go to TikTok because I was looking for something here to put, but it seems I have to get it fixed the next time I join online. Yes. So other than that, let me see some of the questions being asked. Let me see.
I don't want you to find me. Hello?
Yes, hello. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Ahmed. I'm calling from UK.
Yeah, your name is what?
Ahmed.
Ahmed calling from UK. Okay, how may I help you, Ahmed?
I'm here for a battle Titans, you know what I'm saying?
You are here for what?
A battle.
A battle about what?
To discuss against you.
About what?
Never mind. I was just playing with you. I was going to ask you something serious, but question is, I watched your video a little while ago. And also your other friend as well, MFG. I'm not gonna lie to you. You guys have been doing a good job. And I used to be a follower of a Sunni, and I'm not gonna lie to you. When I started listening to you guys, it started making sense. Especially the way you guys prove things using God's verses and stuff like that. I looked into it and started analyzing between you and how other people, scholars and so on, were discussing. And when I started to open my eyes and see how they talk and how they twist God's verses and stuff like that, it clicked on me and it didn't feel right. Like something was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I appreciate the things you do. I also have one question as well.
Thank you.
There's something I need to ask. I haven't really managed to answer these things before. But what would you say in a situation where, let's just say, where two parents they decide to divorce, and then who gets the custody of the children?
When two parents decide to divorce,
who gets the custody of the kids? I want to know about this one.
It has to be decided mutually by mutual agreement. It's not like who get this custody of the child. So let's check some of the verses. I think I have a topic I did on this already. It's called marriage and divorce. I spoke about the aspect of how a divorce should go through. But for instance, depending on if you say depending on the number of kids they have or how old are the kids, that will determine what is happening. But let's check some of the verses, what the Quran says concerning that. Now, it says, for instance, when you are when you divorce a woman, for instance, if you take the verses from chapter 2, verse 200 and if you start from 226 coming down, it talks about divorced women, right? So let's start from 228. It says, and the divorced women, I can put it on the screen so everybody can see it. Let me put it on the screen. It says, and the divorced women shall wait for themselves 3 menstrual periods. So meaning 3 menstrual periods, the woman has to wait in between those months, menstrual periods, to make sure she's not pregnant. That's why she has to wait for themselves. And it is not lawful for them to conceal what God has created in their wombs because she could be pregnant. if they believe in God and the last day, and their husbands are more suitable to take them back concerning that, if they desire reconciliation. And for them is the like of what is upon them in kindness. But for the man is a degree over them. Right? So the man has a degree over them when it comes to the matters of divorce. And then God says, God is almighty and wise. But let's go to the next verse. It says, divorce is 2 times. So either keep them in kindness or let go in kindness. And it is not lawful for you to take something from what you have given them, unless one fears that they will not establish the limits of God. And if you fear that they will not establish the limits of God, then there is no blame on them both concerning what she ransoms thereby. Then it says, these are the limits of God, so do not trespass them. And whoever trespasses the limits of God, then they are those who are the transgressors. So 2:30, he says, but if he should divorce her, that is he, the husband, if he should divorce her, then she is not lawful for him afterwards until she marries a husband other than him. And if he, the latter husband, divorces her, then there is no blame on them both to return to each other if they think they can establish the limits of God. And these are the limits of God which he clarifies to people who know. And when you divorce women and they have reached their term, then you can keep them in kindness or let them go in kindness, but do not keep them illicitly in order to trespass. For whoever does that, then he has wronged his soul. And do not take the verses of God as a joke, but remember the blessing of God upon you and that which he has revealed to you of the book and the wisdom by which he admonishes you. And beware of God and know that God is aware of all things. And when you divorce the women and they have reached their term, then do not prevent them from marrying their ex-husbands when they agree between them in kindness. That is by which he admonishes whoever is among you, who believes in God and the last day. That is more vindicative for you and purer. And God knows while you do not know. And female parents may breastfeed their children for 2 complete years. Now, it comes to the parents aspect. When you are divorcing and then you have kids. So the female parents may breastfeed their children for 2 complete years. That is if the child is still a toddler, has to go through breastfeeding. For whoever desires to complete the suckling, that is, if that female parents want to actually complete the suckling of the child, that is 2 years. And upon the male parent, through him is their sustenance. So the male parent has to be the provider to the woman while she is doing the nurturing. So in the Western world, usually the woman has to stay at home and be nurturing the kid, right? So sometimes the government has to play a role by giving them some financial support. But according to Islam, the man has to be the provider for that. So the man has to be the provider of the sustenance and their clothing in kindness. Then he said, no soul shall be charged except its capacity. Just as the Western world does, that they make sure that if you're married and you have a child, the father has to do according to his means. If he can't, then there's a welfare support, right? Then he says, no female parent should be harmed because of her child, nor should the male parent because of his child. So likewise go for both genders. A female parent shouldn't be harmed because of the child, neither shall a male parent should be harmed, because it has to be in accordance with his or her capacity. And upon the inheritor is the like of that. And if they decide winning through agreement from them both and consultation, then there is no blame on them. So do you see the part I'm talking about?
Yes, repeat one more time on that little last line.
So if they desire winning through agreement from them both and consultation, then there is no blame on them. And if you have intended to get a wet nest for your children, right? So sometimes there could be more issues with the woman. The man is thinking, oh, this woman doesn't know how to nurture the kid or do well with this nurturing or other things, right? But this is in this modern day and age, we have a lot of solutions for that, where the government sometimes can provide an aid where they can send wet nurses to come and help the mother on how to take care of the kids or feed the kid, because we have women who are actually ignorant in terms of how to handle this kind of issues, right? So
yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes they may be a bit, you like one parent is a bit okay, and the other parent is a bit insane. Things not go the way it should go,
Yeah. So the most important part is when God says, if they decide winning through agreement from them both, then he says, and consultation. There has to be consultation regardless, because we have certain partners, when they are divorced, they are just like enemies. They cannot even have agreement and consultation. So in that case, there has to be an arbiter. An arbiter has to come in between, which is in the modern day age, we use the government to intervene in certain aspects. But if it is a community whereby it's a community of believers and there's this authority who has to enforce the verses of God, then yes, the verses of God has to taking place in that. So now, when it comes to the agreement where there should be consultation or how things should be done, God says, and if you have intended to get a witness for your children, then there is no blame on you when you have acknowledged what you have given in kindness. And beware of God and know that God is cognizant of what you do, right? So at the end of the day, we leave it to agreement and consultation. It cannot be just decided by one party. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
So that is where the answer lies. The main answer is subjected in this verse, Quran chapter 2, verse 333. That is where
consultation.
Yeah.
Is the decider. Okay, cool. I got you on that one. I had more questions on my head, on top of my head, but it seems like the second I called you, they all disappeared. So I had this question on me. I might have to call you again next week and just write them down. And then let you
yeah, sure. You can write them down next time. I think my next program will be question and answer session. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. My next program is a question and answer session, God willing, next week. So you can write your questions down. At least I will tolerate about 3 questions from a person. So yes, you write it down. Then
okay, I'll get you the 3 best questions.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll make sure they're like something you don't usually see.
Sure.
Right, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Yeah, you continue your show, yeah?
Thank you.
Hold you too long.
God bless you. Peace.
You too.
Yeah. So somebody is asking in the comment section on TikTok saying that how would a woman divorce her husband? If a woman wants to divorce her husband, first of all, let me give you this verse. I take you to Quran chapter 4, verse 128. If a woman is intending to divorce her husband, because it's not only a man who thinks he can divorce a woman, right? So if a woman is intending for that, this is how it starts. God says, if a woman fears discord from a husband or avoidance, these are some of the things that actually initiate divorce. If a woman fears discord, because it is not only women who have nushuz. When we say nushuz, this is a kind of discord, disagreement in such a way that it's like being argumentative with each other, right? So it is not, I'll call you back. So it is not only women who have that. A man can also have this kind of issues. So if a wife, that is a woman, a wife, fears discord from her husband or avoidance, because maybe the husband is avoiding her on so issue. These are issues which needs to be reconciled, right? Sit down and talk. Then there is no blame on them both, right? On them both. There is no blame on them both. No, not yet, Mohammed. I saw a message. Not Mohammed. Not yet. Then there is no blame on them both to reconcile between themselves by reconciliation. For reconciliation is best, but the souls bring in greed, right? And if you do well and become pious, then God is conversant with what you do, right? Now, when you go to 130, it says, and if they should separate, God will enrich each from his abundance. For God is encompassing and wise. So it's not only a man who can bring this issue to the table about the woman being disrespectful. So a man can also likewise be disrespectful to his wife. So she can also call the attention for things like that to be discussed. You get the point. So that issues can be settled. Reconciliation is always the best option, but if it doesn't work, God says they can go their pathways. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. A Factory, thank you. Okay, let me see. Somebody who tried calling right now. Let me call back. Somebody tried calling right now.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Your name and where you're calling from?
This is Tariq Shuaib from New York.
Yes, Tariq. How may I help you?
Yeah, we didn't finish our talk last session. You hung up the phone on me, man.
I hung up. You are not making sense. That's why I hung up on you.
No, I think I'm making plenty of sense.
No, you were not making sense, to be honest.
Okay, we'll argue that. I mean, what's that mean?
No, I said you were not making sense. That's why I hung you up. And
Yeah, okay.
don't ever think that Baba Shuaib is scared of you in any way.
Okay, good. Then let's get past that.
No.
Get to the point.
Yeah, I want you to understand. Number one, you are a nobody to me.
Okay, so we don't want to hung up for that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
So our last talk, I asked you about, you raised the thing about miracle, right? About miracles. So I asked you to define that. You said it was.
Let me ask you a simple question. On that day, when I asked you to tell my audience what is a kale, what did you say?
We're not going back into that stuff.
No, we are going. No. You don't dictate how the conversation to go on my platform.
Past that
I said, you don't dictate to me how the program has to go. If you're willing to have a discussion about a past topic, then I'm also going to take you to the past. So I said, when I told you to tell my people what is a kale, what did you say?
It's a vegetable.
Okay. Then I said, explain to my audience what. Wait. Can I finish? If you do this again, I drop you. Listen to how to have a civilized discussion.
Go ahead.
Listen to how to have a matured and civilized discussion if you don't know how to have a dialogue. When somebody is speaking, don't override him. Don't speak over the person.
Let's talk about the
I'm still talking. I'll drop you, for God's sake. I hate this kind of arrogance. Let me speak and finish my point. Then you have to speak up and say whatever you want. If I'm speaking and you keep interrupting me, I am having a program. I have a lot of people watching. You are not smarter than the audience watching me. Unless if you want to prove like you're smarter than everybody here.
My thing is to get back to our original.
Okay, I said explain. When I ask you to explain to my audience what is a kale, did you do that?
Yes, I said it was a vegetable.
That's not an explanation. So I use the word.
Now, I'm not a botanist, so I can't go beyond.
Thank you. So I played the same tactic to you. When you ask me to define a miracle, I'm not your student to be the one to do that again for you. So I told you it's a wonder. Unless if you want to tell me miracle is not a wonder. Are you going to tell me? No. Wait. Answer that. Just be specific.
I'll tell you what
is miracle a wonder or not?
You didn't complete the thought.
And I'm asking you, is miracle...
A miracle is a wonder and
I'm asking you yes or no question. Listen to my question. Listen to my question. Is miracle... I said listen to my question. Is miracle a wonder or not?
Wonder is a part
I said, is miracle a wonder or not?
Of the definition.
So hold on. Let's go and ask that. Yeah. What should we ask? Should we go to Google dictionary or should we ask the AI?
You want to go. I have it right here.
Okay. I don't need it from you. Let's ask. Let's go to Copilot.
Hey, yeah.
I ask you a simple question. Look, I don't know your level of education, but it seems you have issues on how to answer a question. I ask you a simple question. Is miracle a wonder?
What the thing is defined.
And I said, can you answer the question? Is miracle a wonder or not?
It's a part of the definition.
I listen to the statement. I'm not asking you for definition. I said, is miracle listening to the statement?
What it is.
Did you define what a kale is? When I asked you, explain, you didn't. If I ask you what is a kale, you said.
All you're doing is stalling, right?
But I'm not stalling. I'm just showing you how to have a civilized discussion.
Okay.
What? No. Let me show you how embarrassing you were the last time. That's why I dropped you, because you don't know how to have a civilized discussion. A civilized way of having discussion.
Get past all of this.
I'm talking again. You are overriding me. When I ask you, when I'm having a discussion, the moment I ask a person a simple question and they refuse to answer, I lose interest in discussion anymore. Because where are we heading to? When I ask you, define what a kale is to my audience, you refused. So you refused. I said define. I didn't say what it is. If I say what it is, you can say vegetable. Fine. I say define.
Well, that's what a definition does. It says
when I said define, or when I use the word explain, the video is still there. Go and check. When I say explain to my audience what it is, you refused. Then you keep saying it's a vegetable. It's a vegetable. Then I said, oh, some people can even consider it a leaf, a herb, or so on. I used such words for you on that day. Then I said define. You refused to define it. So I used the same tactic to you. When you said define what a miracle is, I just said it's a wonder. And you didn't get the logic I was using to you. I'm very good at having dialogues if you don't know. So now I'm asking you a simple question. Can you answer the question? If you don't answer, I drop you. Is miracle a wonder or not?
It's a aspect of the definition.
I didn't ask you to explain. I'm asking you a simple question. Is miracle, and I said it's a wrong answer to give.
No, it's my answer to give.
I'm asking you, is Baba Shuaib, listen. But listen to the argument. On that day, as soon as I said it is a wonder, then you say it is pitiful. What kind of arrant nonsense is that?
Listen,
that's why I dropped you.
Okay, good, fine. So let's get past that.
So just answer the simple question. Is miracle, I said, is miracle a wonder or not?
I said it's an aspect of its definition.
Oh my God.
Now we should just get past that. Let's see what the actual thing is.
Now, this is what we call the argumentative type of human being. Argumentative type of human being. Very arrogant. Let a serious caller call. Any serious caller can call. So let me just teach the guy something. I think we have people who are very, very argumentative and arrogant. So let me just teach him something. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the screen. I'm going to put something on the screen. Just look at the screen. So this is Copilot. This is just Copilot. I hope you can see the screen. Let me see. Is it clear enough? So you ask the Copilots. Even the shallow-minded AI knows how to answer a simple question. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just, for people who don't like the way Baba Shuaib does his thing, go and bend the sea. But I'm just teaching people how to have a civilized discussion and dialogues. It's a simple yes or no type of discussion. It makes conversation easily to flow. But when a person refuses to answer yes or no question, you can never have a fruitful discussion with such people. So I'm going to teach him some manners on how to have a discussion. Look at the question I asked the AI. And God made AI came in this 21st century for a reason. So that at least people, and remember, AI is learning from us day to day, daily. That's how the AI is learning from us, daily. So now look at the screen. I asked the AI, is miracle a wonder? The AI didn't say part of faith or it started answering the question. This is what you want to do. Academically, everybody watching me right now, academically, when you are asked a question, if you have an explanation, you answer first, either no or yes, before you say, let me explain. Listen carefully. In a civilized way to have a discussion or dialogue, or a civilized minded person, when you are asked a yes or no question, if you have explanation to do, you first of all answer yes or no, then you say, let me explain. That's how a civilized person brain works. So when you see Baba Shuaib, when I drop down this kind of bozos, don't think I'm scared of. Look, I've never been scared of anybody since God gave me wisdom and knowledge to come online to interact with people. I've never been scared of anybody. So if you're shallow mind, when you think I drop you, I'm scared of you. I'm just tired of your ignorance, your stupidity, your foolishness it bores me, to be honest. When you ask a simple question, first of all, go ahead to answer the question first, yes or no. Then you move on to explain. Then we can move on with discussion. Fine, I can have discussion with you. First of all, just answer yes or no. Okay, the question is, Baba Shuaib, are you married? Yes, I'm married. Let me explain. No, I'm not married. Let me explain. So that the explanation will now make sense to the one asking you the question later on. But if you refuse to answer yes or no, then you want to act like you are the smartest person on the universe, and then you avoid the yes or no, and then you are like, it's a part of it. Oh man, go and find a space to rest. I bet. So let me teach my audience. Is a miracle a wonder? AI says absolutely. A miracle can be considered a wonder. Both miracle and wonder convey a sense of awe and amazement. A miracle is typically seen, let me break it down. A miracle is typically seen as an extraordinary event that defies the laws of nature and is often attributed to a divine or supernatural force. A wonder, on the other hand, is something that inspires awe due to its beauty, grandeur, or inexplicability. So when something miraculous happens, it certainly can evoke wonder and leave us in awe of the extraordinary. Ever experience something that feels like a miracle or filled with you with wonder? So even the AI knows how to answer a simple, clear-cut question. It is not like look, the intellect, the intellect I was teaching him is to know how to answer a question, then you move on with your further explanation. So I'm going to give you a last chance. When you hop on, I'm going to give you a chance to answer a simple yes or no question. If you don't answer, you're gone. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, completely. And that's where
And
that's why I wanted to go with you. That's why I wanted to go with you last session.
But let me put some protocols first before you continue. You see, when I'm having a discussion with you, when I ask you a simple question, when I demand yes or no, I just want you to answer first. If you want to explain, then you ask me the room to explain. Then I can give you the chance to explain. But when you leave the question unanswered, and you keep telling me you've answered the question. Look, remember, people go to the exams hall to answer questions, but a lot of them will fail because even though they've answered, but they will fail because that's not the answer required of you. So in order for us to have a civilized discussion, when I ask you a simple question, please follow the terrain, answer the question. If you have explanation, then you explain after that. Don't just leave the question hanging and tell me, I've answered you. Then I don't need the conversation. Are you with me?
Completely.
Okay, let's go forward.
So when you asked me if that was the definition of a miracle wonder, I could not in good faith say yes or no because it was be an incomplete answer. So I never say yes or no. I had to say that it's an aspect.
Why are you misquoting? Why are you misquoting me?
That's the point I'm making to you.
Did I say it's the definition? No, did I say? I said you misquoted me. Let me correct you. Did I say it's the definition of?
That's what you were. That's what we're talking about. What's its definition?
When I ask you to explain the vision, that's why I'm teaching you sense on how to have a discussion. You still don't get the point. When I ask you to explain to my audience what is a kale, what did you tell me?
That it is a vegetable.
You just use a vegetable. Still, that's not an explanation. I use the word explanation. When the moment you are told explain it, it goes. Look, wait.
Miracle is.
Thank you. When they said explain something, it goes beyond one word. What I played, exactly. But listen. I was playing your same game to you. You still don't understand. The reason why I played the same game to you on that day, you asked me to define a miracle. I just decided to use one word to you to show you that if I can instruct you something and you refuse to do it, what gives you that urge to think that you come on my platform and then you instruct me to do something that I ask you to do, you didn't do? When I ask you explain, wait. When I ask you explain vegetable, explain the kale, you never did. You keep saying it's a vegetable. It's a vegetable. Then I went ahead to even tell you, if you are saying it's a vegetable, some people who don't know what you're talking about. So then when you asked me with a miracle, I did the same to you. But you still, when I came today, then I'm asking you, is miracle a wonder? You keep saying you don't want to answer.
Okay, so can I explain to you my position?
I said I don't need explanation.
When you ask me about kale,
I don't need explanation now. It's gone.
Okay,
that is a bygone. Let's put it aside.
Okay.
Let's bring the better arguments. Let's go forward.
Okay, good. So when you talked about miracle, that's what I was going to tell you last week. But there's two definitions, and your co-pilot gave you essentially both of them. One, a miracle contravenes natural laws and scientific laws, but the other one says that miracle is something that's not explicable by natural laws and scientific laws. So I was going to ask you the question, which of those definitions applies to Jesus?
Why is it that when I said a miracle is a wonder, you said that is pitiful?
I thought we had gotten past that now.
We are still talking about that because you are bringing the same topic.
Are we talking about miracle here?
Yeah, a miracle.
Okay, so I'm asking the question, which of those things pertains to Jesus? If you just answer that, it's a straightforward question. And why I said wonder was incomplete, because a person come here from Europe someplace and see the New York skyline at night and say, oh, that's a wonder.
Miracle.
Well, that wouldn't be a miracle.
Look, listen.
But it's a wonder. So I just ask you, which of those things pertains to Jesus?
Is any amazing or wonderful occurrence. What happened to Jesus is a wonderful occurrence. That's why I say it's a wonder.
But it's incomplete statement.
According to who?
According to Copilot that you put up on your screen.
What is it? What is incomplete statement?
It said that a miracle contravenes natural scientific laws.
And
but
then
it also said
Uh-huh.
a miracle is something that is inexplicable by natural and scientific laws. So I ask you, which of those pertains to Jesus?
And I just said, told you what it pertains to Jesus. It's an amazement. It's a wonderful occurrence.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's the same thing we said for John the Baptist, Moses.
What?
They all can be said to be wonderful occurrences.
No, what is wonderful about a man and a woman? How is it unique? How is it strange?
Because you want to define miracle just as a wonder.
I didn't define a miracle just as a wonder.
What you say?
So you are not paying attention to all these antics we keep doing up and down.
Paying attention. I'm not completely.
No, you are not paying attention. I said the reason why I chose the word wonder to summarize the word miracle was the same tactic you use for the word kale. Okay. When I ask you, explain what a kale is, you keep saying it's a vegetable. It's a vegetable. It's a vegetable. That's not an explanation. So the moment you did the same with me on the miracle, then I say it's a wonder. Because I was playing your same game to you, back to you.
No, they see, we weren't playing the same game. I was talking to you about set theory, not about the things themselves. You asked me to define an orange? To define what an orange is? Or a banana?
I never asked you to define anything. I said define.
I explained to you what set theory was.
But I wasn't even telling you to define orange or something. You mentioned a kale, which is odd from the list of everything you mentioned, right? You gave me a set of things. Then you mentioned one odd item, which is different from everything. Which the moment you already listen, the moment you already said fruits and you mentioned the list of fruits, then you added something which is odd. So then I said, can you explain to my audience what that thing is? Then you said it's a vegetable. You summarized those simple words saying it's a vegetable. Then I said, well, you can say it's a vegetable, but still people don't know what kale is. Does it look like a leaf? Is it a flower? What is it? I was trying to let you break it down to go deeper. Just like the word miracle. If we have to break it down to go deeper, yes, we will not stop at wonder. But I summarize it in that same instance you did to me, and I told you it's a wonder. That's it. Are you getting my line of argument?
The point about the kale, to finish up on that, was to show your audience what set logic meant. That was all. When you wanted to explain what that thing is in depth and detail as a vegetable, I'm not a botanist to do that. But that wasn't the point of my bringing the word kale in there. It was to show that it would break the set.
Fine.
Fruits.
Thank you. I understand that.
So
but then
good. So when we come to the word miracle now,
yes.
It says wonder. I said, well, wonder, what's its definition? I should explain it in detail. Just what is its definition? I want you to explain it in depth and detail. Just its full explanation.
Okay. Where are we heading to with this?
So
discussion?
My thing was, I gave you two definitions. I said, which one of those pertains to Jesus? Does his conception contravene natural laws, or does his birth is it inexplicable by natural laws?
Okay, so let's see.
And therefore must be a supreme being.
Okay, thank you. Let's see what I put on the screen earlier on. So let's see what the copy lots say. Good. This is the definition on the screen. Can you see it?
Let's go.
Can you see it?
Hold on, let me get to my thing. Let's see. Turn the volume down. Okay, I can't seem to pull it up on my thing there, but you can read it to me. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, no problem. So the copy lot gives you here It says absolutely. That is, I ask if a miracle can be considered a wonder, right? It says absolutely, absolutely. A miracle can be considered a wonder. Then it says both miracle and wonder convey a sense of awe and amazement. Then it says a miracle is typically seen as an extraordinary event that defies the laws of nature. It defies the laws of nature. And it's often attributed to a divine or supernatural force, which I am claiming Jesus' birth is false in this category, right? Then it goes ahead to say a wonder, on the other hand, is something that inspires awe. This is just to give you the extra explanation concerning wonder and miracle. But then the AI did, with all diligence, answer the question beautifully, which I was expecting from you. Just yes or no first before explanation. But now let's come back to miracle. A miracle is typically seen as an extraordinary event. Listen to the word carefully. Not ordinary, extraordinary, which I'm claiming Jesus' birth is extraordinary. Event that defies the laws of nature, which the birth of Jesus actually defies the laws of nature. And is often attributed to a divine or supernatural force, which the birth of Jesus is actually attributed to a divine force, because God has to send a spirit in the form of a human being to actually make that happen. So now, in order for you to respond, based on that, the reason why I said that, Quran, I put this verse on the screen. Quran chapter 19, verse 27. When Maryam came back to her family, this is what they said. Assuming if she already has a husband, they shouldn't have asked her this question. So this is the verse on the screen. 1927. So she brought Jesus, that is, she had Jesus with her. So she brought him home to her kindred, that is, to her family, carrying him. She was carrying him. They, the kindred, said, "Oh, Mary, you have suddenly came up with something unprecedented." That's what they said. Something unprecedented. So now, according to this verse, it clearly tells us that what happened to Mary is a miracle. It's unique. It never happened before. If she already has a husband, they shouldn't be asking her, "What did you bring home? Where is this child from? Whose child is this? Why? We didn't know you to be sleeping around. Your mother was not this. Your father was not this." So when we say Isa is a miracle, this is what we meant by that.
Okay, I get it. So can I respond?
Thank you. Respond.
Okay, very good. In that verse you're quoting by Mary there, that's not telling Mary that she has a husband right then and there. That's a foretelling of something in her future. That she said, "Well, no man touch me." She's thinking that she's going to be pregnant now or she's pregnant then. She said that would be extraordinary because no man has touched me. She's referring now to a present thing, but that what the messenger was telling, this is going to be a future event for you, that you will have a child, not this instant. You're not going to be instantly at this point pregnant and having a baby. No. That's not what the verse is saying at all. But to clarify even further is why I brought you over to 6:43 through 47, because that will end all discussion about whether Jesus had a father or not. Because that set of prophets, they all had the same things in common. If one thing is broken, then it has to apply to all of them and are now suspect about Allah's claims in regard to them.
It is not 643. You said 43.
I'm sorry, 684. I'm sorry, 684.
Okay.
684. So the last call you spoke to, you had him thinking that the word "some" is in that verse, that some of them had fathers.
Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand the word?
The actual translation is from among them.
Now, do you know the word "min"?
No, yes, I do know.
The word in Arabic "min." What does it mean? Tell us the meaning.
It can mean some or from among. But
I'm asking you.
As far as I know, it means some or from
It doesn't
among.
mean some.
Or from among.
It doesn't mean some.
Does it mean from among?
Yes.
Okay, because some translations put the word some there for many.
No, because if you put the word some, you have to add off. Some off. You don't just put some only.
Well, some would put some of them.
But
the point being, the word there is from among.
Yes, it's from among, yes.
Okay, good. So from among then must respond only to the members in that set now, in that group.
That what?
In total, they all will share the same properties.
So meaning their fathers were guided?
Not that their fathers was guided. It said they were guided, meaning the prophets were guided.
And then?
But they all had fathers and descendants.
But is that what the verse said?
Yes, that's what the verse says.
The verse said they all have fathers?
Yes. And
descendants. Let's check the verse. You are saying the verse said they all have fathers.
Well, from among equals all in a set.
Let's check. He says, that's a verse on the screen. He says, Judges chapter 6, verse 87. He says, also among their fathers. And I told you the word Abaihim is not limited to fathers. It can be ancestors also. It can be understood as ancestors. It's not necessarily the fathers. Because even the father of Abraham, do you know he was not guided?
The reason why your argument fails is because of the word from among.
What do you mean from among?
People in that set are being referred to. There, that they all had fathers. It's not talking about the fathers' ancestors. It's talking about they had fathers and descendants and brothers.
It's speaking about among their fathers. No, and I'm saying, do you think the word Abaihim, are you thinking is limited to the word father as in literally biological father? Is that how you understand it?
In that verse, yes. In that verse, absolutely, categorically, definitively, yes.
Was the father of Abraham? Did Abraham had a father?
Yeah, he had a father.
Was the father guided?
It's not talking about the persons of the prophets, their properties. We're talking about the properties of the prophets in that verse.
But he says also among their fathers. No, listen.
That distinction.
Listen what the verse says. It says, and among their fathers. So if you are taking it as literally biological father, I'm using your argument. It says among their fathers and their descendants. God didn't use the word sons. He used descendants. Then he says, and their brothers, and we chose them and guided them to a straight path. So my question is, the father of Abraham, if he's talking about fathers, literally fathers, which includes the father of Abraham, right?
Well, it's just one. I just popped up the verses. That's all.
Okay.
You can't see on your screen.
Chapter 6, verse 87.
Yes, hold on 1 second. Yes, now it says here from among their fathers. So this verse here is referring to the properties of the prophets mentioned in this verse.
Did you listen to my statement?
That all the prophets in this verse, these verses here, they had fathers. We're not talking about what their fathers had as their properties.
That is why I ask you, do you know the subject of discussion? The last time you didn't answer me. The subject of discussion is about guidance to this group of people mentioned there. Okay, and the subject has been repeated in this same verse. It says, and we chose them and guided them to a straight path. So now I'm saying, if you are taking the word fathers here as literal biological fathers, did Abraham have a father? The answer is yes. Was his father chosen and guided?
Shuaib, you're not reading the verse properly.
Are you not good at answering questions at all?
It's not talking about the properties of the prophet.
Are you not good at answering questions? I don't understand you.
Your question right
you didn't
now.
answer. Before I started having, listen to me. Before I started having this discussion with you, I told you, I laid down the protocols to you. I said I don't like discussions whereby people will be evading yes or no questions.
I don't do evasions, Shuaib.
So I ask you,
I'm trying to
I ask you, was the father of Abraham part of this list? Abraham had a father, right?
Only to the extent
Abraham had a father. Are you going to answer me? Are you going to answer me yes or no before you explain?
Keep cutting me off.
Explain. I didn't say you should explain.
But let me explain then.
No. I said yes or no. Listen. Yes or no before you explain. Now I'm asking you, is Abraham's father included in this list? If you are taking the word Abraham as literally biological father, is Abraham's father included in this list?
That he had a father, yes.
Thank you. So according to the subject of this verse, it means those fathers have been chosen and guided. So was Abraham's father chosen and guided? That's the question.
Can I answer your question now?
It's still yes or no. Just answer yes or no, then you explain.
Guided. No, he wasn't guided.
Thank you. So then what is your argument? Bring it.
The argument isn't about the properties of those prophets' fathers. The argument knows in that set is that the property of those prophets, what's their properties? They all had fathers.
Is that what the verse said? All has fathers?
It's like what the verse is saying.
Is that what the verse? Show me the word all.
Can I please answer your question?
No, you have already answered. You just answered my question.
The verses
No, you just answered my question.
Well, let me answer your question then. Are all those prophets guided?
All the prophets in the list, yes, they were guided.
Did they all have descendants?
All of them?
Did they have descendants?
No.
Well, the verse right there said
I answered you last week. Were you not paying attention? Last week when you called, didn't I answer you the same question you're asking me?
Okay, so you said no, which means that you don't understand what you're reading now.
Because the verse doesn't say all of them. You don't understand simple English.
It says from among Shuaib.
Oh my God.
The word from among in regard
Stop
to
acting when you say among. Listen.
Let
me help you out with Arabic here. You are struggling here. When you say no, listen. Oh, wait. When you say among, you don't need to add from again. The word says min, only one word in Arabic, min. The moment you say among, no need to add the word from again.
Okay, good.
So if you say and among, that's it. Don't say from among again. It says among. Now, and I'm saying the word in the Quran, Aba, or Aba'ihi, which you can literally say fathers, doesn't always literally mean your biological father. It can mean your ancestor. It doesn't literally mean father always. Even Abraham was called our father, but it doesn't mean he's literally directly our father. That is Quran chapter 22, verse 78, if you don't know that. So you coming back to this verse, when I ask you, do you take the word fathers as literally? You said yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So if that is yes, then it will contradict Abraham's father not being guided.
We're not talking. See, this is where you're either not getting it or you're being intentionally deceptive.
Because you are leaving the subject out.
I'm showing you what your mistake is.
What is?
The word among there is only referring to the properties of those mentioned in that set.
What about the word chose them and guided them?
Asking Shuaib,
and I said
their fault. It's not asking if their fathers were guided.
And I'm asking you, and I'm asking you simply.
Allah is making a claim that all those prophets, they were guided.
No. Don't lie. Stop lying. Stop lying. The verse is on the screen. I said the verse.
I don't lie about Allah.
But the verse is on the screen.
So let's get that straight.
We are not talking about Allah here. We are talking about the verse you are reading.
We're talking about the prophets in that set.
And I said the verse
and what their properties are.
The verse we are reading now. Can you read the verse for everybody to hear? Read the verse.
Which one?
87. Read it.
And from among their fathers and their descendants and their brethren, That among is referring to the.
I said read the verse. You haven't finished the verse.
We chose them and got them into the right way.
Who are the them?
The them there are referring to the 18 prophets in that set. Not their fathers. You can laugh all you want to, but you're dead absolutely wrong about that. Your reading comprehension skills have failed you horribly if you think that's referring to their fathers in that regard. It's only to those people in that set. They all had fathers.
Man.
And additionally, they were all guided. They all had descendants.
Man,
so
let me explain.
That's why, Shuaib.
Let me.
Hold on. Let me finish.
No.
That's why I said about 42:11 kills your argument because 684 shows you he had a father under the law of procreation.
Man, you're confused.
Was absolutely correct about that.
You are confused.
I'm not confused about anything, brother.
Okay, so let me teach you
exactly what I'm talking about. I have higher education. I don't slack.
No. Your education.
No.
Your education doesn't hold any water here. Let me speak.
But we'll get into that.
Let me speak now. It mentioned the list. It mentioned the list of the prophets. Then it tells you, and each we favored over all people. Then it says also among their fathers.
No, it says among them.
Oh, can I speak now, please?
Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Seriously?
God speaks. I'm sorry.
But no need to even say a word. Let me do my thing.
You speak.
Don't say a word, please. Also among their fathers and their descendants and their brothers, and we chose them and guided them to a straight path. Ladies and gentlemen, every intellectual person reading this verse knows that God chose the list he's mentioning from the fathers, from the descendants, from their brethren. God chose them and guided them also. That is what the verse is talking about. This guy said this statement in 87 was only limited to the prophets mentioned. So let's read the verse into context and see if it is only them which God chose and guided, which means God never chose anybody else to guide.
No, that's not the point. I'm making all those verses. You're setting up a straw man argument now.
Please. Let me finish with my audience. You fill the argument. Let me do my part. You fill the argument. Thank you. Whether you straw man, whether bottle man, let me finish my point. You are just beating around the bush. Because when he tell you go and study Arabic before you approach topics in the Quran, you will not do. And this is how you keep fooling people around. So now the point is, you read the verse. It mentioned all the people God chose and guided them, because he's telling you the list of the prophets. But after that, what is the essence of mentioning fathers? What is the essence of mentioning brothers? What the essence of mentioning descendants? If not because of the subject. That's why I keep asking him, what's the subject? He doesn't even know. The subject is chose them and guided them to a straight path. It is not only the prophet God did that to. He did that to among some of their ancestors. He did that some of their descendants. He did that to some of their brethren. It is not only the prophets God chose and guided. So this guy is just isolating a verse and thinking, so this is the context. When you go to 88, it says that is the guidance of God by which he guides whomever he wills among his servants. And if they had associated others, whatever they had done will have been worthless for them. Those are the ones to whom we gave the book, judgment, and prophethood. Therefore, if these people disbelieve in it, we had already entrusted it to a people who were not disbelievers in it. So I don't see your argument of Jesus in these verses still trying to emphasize.
I'm trying to show you. Can I speak now? All the verses not talking about whether their fathers were guided or not. It's just making the point that they had fathers. Whether they were guided whether they were guided or not is incidental to those verses.
Why were?
Because Abraham's father wasn't guided.
Why?
He wasn't guided.
And I'm asking you, why were the fathers, according to you?
Abraham's father
let me ask you a question. Let me
answer your question.
Let me ask you a question.
Abraham had a father.
Well, are you a talkative?
He wasn't guided. right? He wasn't guided.
Man,
Allah wasn't guided, but Abraham had a father who wasn't guided.
Man,
All the verses are
can you
saying
calm
that
down?
these
Are you on a
prophets-
power bank?
These prophets had fathers.
Are you on a power bank or what? Calm down. Let's have a discussion. Are you using the power bank to keep talking like that?
What's a power bank?
Okay, no problem. You don't know power bank. Anyways,
I'm trying to respond to
the
you.
verse.
You gave me a whole talk there. I'm trying to respond to what you just said.
The verse.
You won't let me respond to it.
But I was asking you a question. You said something. So I was asking you a question based on what you said. Let me ask you the question. So according to you, what is the reason for God mentioning their fathers, their descendants, and their brothers, according to the
to show that they're all under the law of procreation, 42:11, and Allah's and 33:62. Allah never changes his sunnah; they're immutable,
brother.
So he showed that all those prophets
Chapter
are under the law of procreation.
Hey! Stop talking too much. Let me mute you here, please.
Go ahead.
This verse, where is he talking about procreation in this verse? Does he talk about loss of procreation in the verses? Chapter 6, verse 82 downwards to 90. Where does he mention anything about procreation?
Allah's not mentioning procreation like what you want to make it to be.
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you know how to answer yes or no? Oh my God. Okay. What knapsack is this? Whose relative is that guy? Seriously. Oh. Damn it. This guy made me waste 1 hour for the heebie-jeebies. Hey, Tariq. Hey. Oh my God. Hey, Tariq. Tariq, are you married? Hey. Oh no. Yay. What is this? Tariq, if you are watching, just type in the comment section. Please let me know. Are you married? Hey. Is that argue, Manu? That guy can give a person a headache. I'm serious. Hey. Tariq, you are not married. Oh, yeah, that explains it. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's not married. Yeah, that explains everything. Thank you for being honest. Hey, Tariq. Oh, my God.
Hello?
Yes, hello, brother. Yeah,
Brother Shuaib, how are you? Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, my brother.
So I was just watching your live stream. I saw someone just come in about, I think it was Surah Anam.
Yeah,
Surah. About a verse.
Yeah, chapter 6. Yeah, Surah Anam.
Yeah. So what was his point? I missed it. I just joined in late when he was talking.
Yeah, he said Jesus has a father. He said Jesus has a father. Jesus is not a miraculous birth. He has a father, but they cannot prove it from the verses of God. They just have to assume things in the verses of God. So yeah, they said Mary has a husband, though. She has a husband and she's married and she has a child. So that's the argument.
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you find that recently people are just imposing their own desires into the Quran, and do you find that recently it's been happening much more?
Yes, I know. Like the following closely, guys, they are the same people who bring the concept that Jesus has a father, The same people who tell you Islam is not a religion, the same people who tell you they don't believe in miracles, the same people. Those are the people.
Yeah. It's kind of worrisome because it's funny because they're reading the same text that you're reading or that I'm reading, yet they're getting a completely different meaning out of it.
Yeah. The reason is a lot of them have never even started academically to study even Arabic language or anything about Arabic language. They never did anything. So they just assume things. It just, you imagine somebody who never started academically to study English language or anything about English, right? And then just take an English book, a book written in English language. Or let's take it about Romeo and Juliet, William Shakespeare. I don't know if you know about that book.
Yes, I read it in high school.
Imagine somebody who has no idea about classical English language, and then goes to take Romeo and Juliet, and then start guessing things in the book.
Yeah.
Assuming things in the book. Just imagine that incident. That is exactly what we have here. They will tell you, oh, it doesn't matter. I don't need to understand Arabic. I don't need to study Arabic to know the Quran. What? God just told you, do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. Quran chapter 17, verse 36. Do not pursue what you don't have knowledge. So knowledge is something you have to seek. You seek knowledge.
They feel like they have, like I'm trying to get into their heads. Like, what if they feel like they have the knowledge? Like,
no. There's certain heads you don't need to get into. It's just like trying to say you want to get into the head of a madman. How can you fathom that? No. Some heads don't go inside. You go crazy.
That's true.
And I know for a fact a lot of these people end up becoming atheists, agnostic, and so on. And I even have information of somebody like them who like to guess words like that in the Quran. He became a Christian recently.
That's very sad.
Yeah. And this has as far as they can go. They make up things. You know, they will tell you, oh, somebody is guessing something, Quran doesn't say it, but then they are guessing things that Quran doesn't say.
Yeah.
And remember, Quran chapter 10, verse 82, God says he will enforce the truth with his words, even if the criminals dislike it. So in terms of the truth, it is God who has to enforce the truth with his words. And so if God doesn't say something, why are you putting it there?
But this has been a very age-long issue, if you think about it, from when the Prophet passed away and people started imposing their own meanings, and then you had sects were created because of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just, it's crazy.
They are going as far as even saying Prophet Muhammad is not Prophet Muhammad. His name is not Muhammad. I'm serious. These same people, they said it's just a title. It's not a name. So Prophet Muhammad, no, never existed as a entity. Muhammad, no. And I'm not joking. This is a fact. They are there, out there, and the same group. I'm just giving you the hint on how to identify them. They will say Salat means following closely. Salat is nothing to do with prayer. Salat has nothing to do with ritual. Islam is not a religion. There's nothing like a miracle in the Quran. Jesus has a father. Whilst, yes, Adam doesn't have a father. His wife doesn't have a father. Adam doesn't have a mother. His wife doesn't have a mother. They overlook all this, but then they will want to force Jesus to have a father, right? And they will go to the extent that the things that Quran talks about, they change everything. They twist words. And this, I am telling you for a fact, these people cannot survive in the real world. In the real world, they can't even stand in an audience to say these heebie-jeebies things they are saying.
Yeah, I just wanted what he was talking about, but it seemed like it was pretty clear with the verses what the message was. But anyways, are you in Finland, Shuaib?
Yeah, I'm based in Finland. Yes.
Okay, well, when you come, you should visit Costa Rica, man. I'm here. You come here, I'll show you a good time, man.
Yeah, I actually have a lot of requests. People want me to visit places. People want me to come to places. I'm still working on that. I might be starting to travel around the world. It could be soon, but I could be a year or two. But I think my first target is to go to the UK. I'm thinking of going to UK first. I was in Ghana just less than 2 months ago, I think. I was in Ghana. But I'm thinking, God willing, I'll be traveling the world. God willing. I know God will make it possible for me because it's one of my plans. And
God willing, Costa Rica is a good place, man. It's one of the top 5 tourism lists.
Yeah. Those are places. I think you are the second person to mention that place to me also. And yes, I'll put it in my to-do list. God willing.
Yeah, it would be
eventually. Yeah, I'll be, God willing, I'll be traveling around the world, not just to visit, but I'll just be giving talks. I'll be just interacting with people, discussion, telling people, showing people how to fit in the real world when you have a mindset of following the words of God. Quran chapter 3 verse 160, it says, if God should support you, none can defeat you. Now, if you understand how to be honest, sincere with the words of God, you will not be twisting the words of God without knowledge, right? So when I interact with people, I test their level of intellect first. I don't test just the knowledge. I like to weigh people's IQ when I'm having discussion. When I sense the person falls short of how to use his IQ, I can't take such a person seriously, just like the last caller.
Yeah.
So that's why I was jokingly, I was asking him if he's married. He says no. Then I noticed something is wrong because he needs to get married and fix the brain a bit. I'm serious. Oh, because women are there to cause a balance in our lives. You understand? When a man doesn't know how to think straight, it takes a woman to straighten his thoughts. Yes. So that's why women are more like our bosses at home. They'll tell you, bring this, take this, give me a cup of tea. You understand? So when you have a bachelor who has never been in that situation, you are talking to him. It's like his mind is going in a zigzag. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So that's why he needs to get himself a woman.
Well, anyway, so Costa Rica wasn't just about like having fun, but like there are people here. We have a community here, and it would be nice to get a fresh perspective for the people. I find it hard because I feel like I always feel sensitive to insult. I want to insult people, and I have the capacity to be able to tell them the truth, but I just feel like they would take it so personally that they would start hating me. So. I don't even know what approach to use.
Okay, so that is exactly why I want to, God willing, travel around the world, because I want to show people how to interact with people in the real world. You see, many times when people watch my videos, Baba Shuaib, they think I'm very aggressive, even in real life. I'm not.
Yeah.
It is just because we are on social media. Just take social media just like when you're watching a movie. Maybe you're watching Denzel Washington in a movie. He's acting seriously, but in real life, the Denzel you meet is just a down-to-earth type of person, simple person who will greet you, talk to you nicely, and walk his way. Baba Shuaib is that kind of person. I live in one of the most peaceful countries in the world. When I walk out there, I have friends who are Sunnis, Shias. And when I say friends, not like really, really friends, but acquaintances that I know. We greet, we shake hands, and so on. And some of them do watch my videos. They might not agree with me, but the respect is there when we meet physically. On social media, I'm talking to my audience. It's just like me in my space talking to my audience. So I keep telling people, if you are emotional, stay away from my page, right? So now if you are willing to listen, if you are a sectarian, you are willing to listen, and you get emotional, that's your fault. It's not my fault. So then, physically, I cannot be talking to a sectarian, then I'll call him, hey, you are a mushrik, you are this. No. Physically, I talked with them with respect, but I'll tell them the truth regardless. But I talk with respect and so on. So physically, it's a different thing altogether. There are ways to approach issues, right? And
that goes back to your point of IQ.
Yes, intellectually. I do use that a lot. I weigh people's way of thinking and logic first before I bring it a discussion. I have about 3 assessments I do to people. When they fail those assessments, I can never ever take them seriously again. And that assessment is part of having a civilized discussion, yes or no. You ask a person, are you married? Then they will be like, what do you mean by married? What do you let me explain marriage for you. What? It's just A simple question. You know,
define marriage.
Yes, they tell you define marriage. What do you mean that you define marriage? You see, so so I like to assess people in this manner before I have discussions with them. So then I can, it's like testing the water to make sure there's no crocodile. So I do that. When I do that, then I know I can have a civilized discussion. In the real world, I have nice conversation with atheists, agnostic, witches, wizards. You mention it. Any type of person I can walk with, I can smile with, I can sit with, have lunch with, no fight in a real world. It's only on social media because somebody can be very depressed in his room and take a phone to call you. They might be depressed, right? Who knows? But because it's a social media, so he can just call you whilst depressed, and nobody can access that. So the way I get to access that is to put 2 or 3 questions to know the line of IQ the person has. Okay. Does it? And that is one of the objectives. So when I travel around the world, God will, these are the things that's why I started with my native homeland, Ghana. I did a conference called Factory Reset. The idea was to let people understand how the scholars have lied to us for so long. You understand? They lied to us for so long, and they fooled people, you understand, that into believing in the lie, thinking the lie is the truth, whilst the truth has been cast away. So when I go around, this is something I will be teaching people on how communities can actually adjust themselves. When I came to Finland, one of the first things I went to do was IQ test. Right?
Okay.
I went to do
IQ score?
test. Yeah.
What was the IQ score?
I have 103.
Okay, 103.
Yeah.
Okay.
103 is very high.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I had 103. I might want to do it again, but now I have a lot of things to do. So the point is, when you are way above the average person and you're dealing with issues, then you start to understand the kind of people around you that you are dealing with.
It presents itself.
Yes. So for me, people that I put around me, I like to have intellectual people around me. So when I'm dealing with even my friends, I put their IQs to the test, to just see how they can resonate with the things I say. And that's why when I teach here, I tell people I'm only looking for intelligent people. And thanks to God, I find intelligent people resonating with what I say. It takes people with subliminal intelligence not to understand the real truth or the fact, So in a real world, when you can master this art of knowing the kind of people who are not on your level, you have peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have a peace of mind.
Do you find that the recitation of the Quran and contemplation of it itself helps in increasing your IQ? In terms of logical thinking.
Yes. Contemplation helps you a lot. Contemplation.
And the logic.
Yes.
The logic of the Quran.
Let me tell you why logic of the Quran is unique. Because Quran chapter 36, verse 1 to verse 2 says, Wal Quran al-Hakim. Yasin wal Quran al-Hakim. When you translate that, it says, by the wise Quran, by the wise reading. Now, when you're dealing with a book which contains a wise reading, you can imagine. It's a wise reading. It's a book of wisdom.
So it requires contemplation and IQ, of course. Right?
Thank you. Because what God told the prophet is, we are going to cast upon you a heavy word. Inna saluki alayka qawlan thaqila. Qawlan thaqila means a heavy word. That is Quran chapter 73, when you read from verse 6 downwards. He said, we are going to cast upon you a heavy word. Now, when we say a heavy word, that is why in a white man's world, we say a word to a wise is enough. Because a wise person, when you mention a heavy word, he already knows. He can break it down. He knows what you mean. It just takes somebody with a low IQ for you to keep explaining things deeper again, for them to understand. So Quran, this is how Quran is. And that's why Quran gives you simplicity. It says things simply, in a simplified manner. It is just the human nature that we want to complicate things. We hate simplicity.
However, do you also find that the Quran is almost like putting the pieces of a puzzle together, so it requires
Yes, it is.
Collective reasoning?
Yes, it is. That's why God doesn't start a statement and finish it in the same chapter. God can start talking about a subject, and then he leaves the subject hanging, and he takes you 2 surahs, chapters after that, and finish the topic.
Yes.
Because if he put everything in one chapter, there's no need for me to read the next chapter. So that's the uniqueness of the Quran that people don't understand. It's not from a human being. If it's from a human being, that's not how the book should be written.
Exactly.
Now, which human being will start with a book by saying ALR, Alif, La, Mim, by putting initials on the top of the book? Which human being will do that? No. You understand? So the Quran is unique. It just is a book which actually gets you to process your brain. And that's why God says he has given us the hearing, the eyesight, and the mind. Then he says all those will be accountable thereof. Mas'ula means will be questioned. Yes, about the faculties he gave us. So you need to know how to use those faculties. They are tools. It's just like a worker going to a workspace and he's given tools to work.
And is that connected to shukr, appreciation, gratitude?
It is. Quran. Yes. The reason is Quran chapter 16 verse 78. God says he is the one who brought you out of the bellies of your mothers knowing nothing. Then he says what? So that we may be what? Thankful.
Tashkurun, yes.
Yes. Because you don't know nothing. Then he gave you the hearing, the eyesight, and the mind so that you'll be thankful.
Beautiful.
Thank you. So the meaning, in order to be thankful, I need to put it into force. I need to utilize those faculties he gave me. He gave you for a reason. So when you read the Quran, he asks you, Afala tubsirun, will you then not see? Afala tatafakkarun, will you then not reason? You know, Afala takilun, will you not then understand or comprehend, and so on? So he asks such questions so that we can reflect.
Stimulate, like get it going.
Yeah. The human being needs that. The human being needs that. You understand?
And so the guidance, okay, so I had a question about the guidance of God in Surah number 39, Surah Zumar.
Yeah.
It specifically says that this is the guidance of God. And before that, it mentions that their skins shiver.
Just 39:23.
Yeah, and then they relax at the remembrance of God, and that's the guidance of God. Like, it's pretty deep. I don't know if you can explain from your side what that means to you.
Yeah, you know, when a person recognizes the truth, you have shivers from it. When you recognize something, you actually are deeply into it. It gives you goosebumps.
Yeah.
So now God says God has revealed the best discourse, a book similarly repeating the skins of those who fear their Lord, shiver thereof. That's their skins and their hearts softened to the remembrance of God. That is the guidance of God by which he guides whomever he wills. As for one whom God leaves astray, then he will have no guide. You see? So the moment look, somebody, I just read a comment and I was laughing. H Bomb says, Salam, brother. I believe your IQ wasn't assessed correctly. I feel that your IQ should be around 114, not 1. Actually, some years ago. You know, it's years back. I know if
yeah, 130. I kind of confused because 103 is low.
No. The point is, in Finland, the average level is 101. I'm talking about when I first had the exams.
I honestly think you're probably 140, 150.
No, that was years ago when I had that.
Yeah.
So if now I have to check, I could be way above.
I think so.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. Obviously, because I have improved a lot. You know. But of course, that when I came to Finland, I got to know something about how to test your IQ. I never knew you could even test that. It's only when I came to Finland I got to know. And I've been in Finland for 15 years now. You understand?
Finland's a great place, man. They say the education and the healthcare is amazing.
Yeah, it's very high. Yes, the quality is high standard. But anyways, the reason is just to know your capacity. You understand?
Sorry to switch on you, but you mentioned in that verse it said parallel motives. That's a very important part. So these people who are looking at this, like the previous caller that you had, and finding this weird stuff, you can find that it's not parallel. It doesn't go with the spirit of the Quran. Like it contradicts it at some point.
Yes, it does. Yes.
So that's like a very important part, that it has parallel motives.
Yeah. You know, we are dealing with people who just take one-sided version of the part of the Quran and draw conclusions. And look, God being gracious to me has been able to give me the capacity to translate the fully translated Quran. And he gave me that knowledge for a reason, so that I can know the Quran very, very well.
Yes.
By me knowing the Quran, when I come across somebody who claims to know the Quran, I can assess them. Yes, I can assess them. And by assessment, meaning not only the knowledge of the person I'm assessing the level of intellect the person has.
Yes.
So we can have an intellectual discussion. Then I can know, okay, this person is very intellectual. Then at the same time, I can know if he's knowledgeable or wise person. The Quran gives you all levels of this. It gives you levels of intelligence, levels of clairvoyance, levels of insights, levels of, how will I say, conduct. You mentioned them, everything. So when you are dealing with people who are deep into their intellect, it makes discussion easy. It makes things move easily. You know, this is why you have to be mindful of the type of friends you have around you. And that is why God wants believers to be like minds, to consult with each other.
Yes.
So that we can share that mutual understanding among us.
But even if you make the Quran your friend, imagine, it'll raise you in all those faculties you just spoke of, right?
I'm serious. The Quran has taken me to places that I've never imagined that I will ever be.
And does it make you more eloquent? Do you find that the Arabic itself, if you recite in Arabic, the way the tongue moves, it makes you more eloquent in speech because it clarifies your vocal cords in terms of your tongue movements?
Yeah, there's a study on that. Yes, it even impacts the way your brain works. Yeah, it's impactful. I think recently I was watching a video on that. The uniqueness of course, God chose the Quran, Arabic language of the Quran, for a reason, and He made it clear, Lisanun Arabiyyun Mubin, right? And by having that kind of instance and uniqueness. Oh, somebody says the comments were turned off. Let me see. What happened on TikTok? So yeah, the comments is back on TikTok. Anyways. Yeah, it's back on TikTok. Comments is there.
Yeah. So yeah, you were speaking of the fact there was a study done on the
somebody was saying. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. You can say what you're saying something.
Yeah, so you were speaking about the documentary on the eloquence that the Quranic Arabic to be specific.
Yeah, the Quranic Arabic, yes. It's unique.
The part that connects thoughts, like I found that it was like a rush of connections in my mind that was happening.
Okay, so let me give you the gist on that. There's a verse here which actually breaks that down. In Quran chapter 6, verse 105, this is what God says. It says, thus have we conducted the verses that they may say you have studied, so that we may clarify it to people who know.
I know exactly what you're talking about, yes.
Now, when somebody is highly educated, people can notice it. They can know this person has studied. And that's exactly the trend the Quran puts you through.
Yeah, 100%, you're right.
You see,
it makes you look like to others like this guy is like he has studied something.
Yes,
it can't be him just speaking.
That's the point. That's the point. They will notice that straightforward. Just like academically, when somebody is highly educated, you notice that. Same goes with the Quran. But with the Quran, it goes with the wisdom. It's not like just you are just educated. It goes with wisdom.
There's depth in it as well.
Yes. So when you speak and the Quran, thanks to God, the Quran has actually brought me closer to a lot of grown-up people. I've spoken most of the people. It got me closer. Some are doctors, some are whatever have you, a lot above their 60s, 70s. It brought me closer to a lot of mature people. I've spoken to people who are above their 60s, and then they don't see that I'm a young fellow.
How old are you, by the way?
I don't mention my age directly like that.
Okay.
But I'm below 40 years.
Young man, no problem.
Yes, I'm a young man. I'm below 40. Yes, I'm below 40 with 2 kids. My daughter is 8 years, my boy is 5 years. Yes.
I just got above 40, so we're on the opposite side of 40.
So yes, so you are in that direction. But yes, this is what the Quran does to you. So a lot of people who are above that age, when I interact with them, they are like confused. They are like, "How old are you, Baba Shuaib?" I'm like, "Yeah, sorry, I don't mention that." And the person seemed to not know where to place me, right? Because this is a gift that God gives. So if you know your line of your line of thoughts and your objective towards the Quran, you will not be playing with the words of God.
Never. You'd be scared. Yeah,
yes, you'll be scared. And this is the other parties, some other parties, people come in approaching the Quran. This is what I found them doing. They're actually playing with words. And look, Quran chapter 7 verse 33, God says to say what you do not know about God is haram, is forbidden by God.
Yes.
Now, more or less to go talking about the Quran when you know it's a book of God, and then you are speaking about God out of ignorance.
Yeah, it's one of the worst things you can do.
Yes, worse. And these people don't see the magnitude of the stupidity they are causing in the words of God.
I believe, if you correct me if I'm wrong, Shuaib, but it says there's like a superlative. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنِ افْتَرَى عَلَى اللَّهِ كَذِبًا.
Yes.
Who is more unjust than the one who invents lies against
Exactly. And it has been repeated several times in the Quran. For instance, let me see. There's Quran chapter 6, verse 157. Here, yes. Is it? Yes. Yes, that's this is here.
It's posed many times in the Quran. That
Here,
it's
he says, "Faman azlamu mimman kazzaba bi ayatillahi wa sadafa anha." He says, and who is more unjust than one who denies or lies about the verses of God and turns away from them? You see? Then again, in Quran chapter 16, verse 105, it says, those who do not believe in the verses of God only fabricate falsehood, and they are those who are the lies. Because if you believe in the verses of God, for instance, there's nowhere God says Jesus has a father. There is nowhere it says Maryam has a husband. There is nowhere it says the father of Jesus. You see?
Yeah, they're clearly absent from.
Yes, they are clearly absent. Then all of a sudden we have people who are assuming something when they know the thing they are assuming can have multiple meanings. If it can have multiple meanings, why are you sticking to one meaning? That's where the question is. Why are they sticking to one meaning? Because they say the word in Quran chapter 6 verse 87, it mentioned fathers. And the word in Arabic, aba'ihim, can also be translated ancestors. Abraham is our ancestor. And we can even say Abraham is our father. But it doesn't mean he's our biological father.
Exactly.
The word Abba.
Yeah, Ukhta Harun, what I asked you about.
Exactly. Yeah, the Ukhta also. We can say somebody is your brother, but it's not biological brother. You can say somebody is my son, it's not biological son. And it's happened several times in the Quran even. You see? Okay. So, yeah.
I have a question for you, okay? So I completely agree with your translation of the Quran, your understanding of the Quran. It resonates with me because I believe the same things that you're saying, right? Now, however, there are people who are not capable, and I don't mean this in a condescending way, but maybe they lack the IQ, maybe they lack the things that maybe you were educated with earlier, that you developed some, things in your brain that work better and suited for you to interpret the Quran. Maybe they don't have it. So they depend on other interpretations and other people's explanations of the Quran, and maybe that's a method that they get misled. Right?
They do, yes,
How do you offer a solution to that?
Then you go back to the basics, because those people don't have basics. That's what I found out. Those are the people who are playing with words, like the following closely, they don't have basics. No, they never even sat down to study the basics. Look, I'm based in Finland. I've been in Finland for 15 years. I speak Finnish above average. Not perfect, above average. Now, above average, I am in the position to tell you that none of the audience watching me right now, when given just a page in Finnish language, none of them can be able to translate it accurately. Just one page in Finnish language. You can use all the dictionaries you want in the world. None of them.
Yeah. So now, forget about these people, these following closely people. I'm talking about these people who are well-intended, because I come from a different background where I have people in my community. And I know that they're genuine people. They're not bad people. They give charity. They're nice people.
Yeah.
But they haven't come around. Every time they open the Quran, it's just they can't understand. They don't know what to do. It doesn't speak to them. And then for that reason, they're following leaders who are misguiding them, clearly, if you look at it from the lens that you and I are looking at it from.
Yes, sometimes the translations play a major role. When you are reading translation, don't be paying attention to the brackets, the into brackets. Avoid the into brackets. And people don't usually call on God directly for guidance, because sometimes God has to intervene to lead you to someone who can help you. Yes, and we've seen that happen in the Quran several times. Even Moses was led by God to go to another servant of God to teach him.
By the way, I would love to know your interpretation on who that being was.
The being specifically is irrelevant to know exactly, but yes, that being, according to one of the lectures I did, he's not an ordinary human being.
Yeah. Do you think it's the Ruh that the Quran refers to as?
I don't think, based on the context of the verses, it's not a human being, and it shows that only angels can be in that position to do that.
So the Ruh, when it talks about the Ruh, the spirit.
The spirits, just like a spirit was sent to Maryam, came in the human form. But I'm talking about we see, of course, we see angels as spirits also.
Yes.
So, yeah, you can classify it based on the choice of words. The entity used, it shows that it's an angel.
And the interesting thing in that surah, number 18, was that when he says that he's doing a command, he refers to it as we.
So that's what I'm saying. It is only the angels usually who use the we like that.
Exactly. Yes.
So that's why he was able to take the soul of the young boy. Because Quran chapter 32 verse 11 tells you that the angel of death who is assigned to you is the one to cause your death. You see, so it wasn't and tell me, which normal human being are you going to where the two seeds meet to go and meet? Who lives there? where the two seas meet? No, nobody lives there.
No, absolutely, yeah. And he had more knowledge, yeah. More knowledge.
Of course, knowledge of the unseen. And God says he doesn't reveal the knowledge of the unseen unless or except a messenger whom he has chosen as a messenger. And remember, Quran chapter 22, verse 75, God chooses messengers among people and angels.
See, this is the connective reasoning I'm speaking of, man.
Yeah.
You need this, man, to be able to know if you're on the right track with the Quran.
This
is a very good skill, and I think you should teach people how to use this connective, abstract reasoning. This is very important in the Quran.
But that's mostly what I'm doing, and that's why sometimes I stay much time on TikTok, because people, look, we are not all the same. God says, وَفَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ. Above every possessor of knowledge, there is one who is all-knowing, and we all seek God first. But God said something in Quran chapter 2, verse 255. Salam, brother Alam Shah, I know you're watching. He says, وَلَا يُحِيطُونَ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنْ عِلْمِهِ إِلَّا بِمَا شَاءَ. He says, none will encompass anything from his knowledge, meaning the knowledge of God, except for what God wills. So meaning you can encompass something from the knowledge of God if only he wills for you to get it. Right? So God can decide to choose any servant of his and give him knowledge. And look, one interesting verse I want to show you now on the screen is Quran chapter 27, verse 15. See what Suleiman and his father, see what they said. I'm going to put it on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Suleiman and his father, this is what they said here. Now, a lot of people might take it as arrogance. They will say, oh, these people are arrogant. He says, and we suddenly gave knowledge to David and Solomon. And he said, praise be to God who has favored us over many of his believing servants. You see?
Yes.
So God gave them knowledge.
But the thing is, yeah, the people, it says about previous nations how they had knowledge, but then they got arrogant. They said it's all because of me, and that's what led to their downfall. But with these people, Suleiman and Dawood, it seems like they were attributing it to God. So God,
yes, that's what you need to do. Whatever Bible writes, for instance, whatever I do, when I'm talking about things, I give gratitude to God. I'm not just pointing fingers and say me. No. I tell God, God gave me this. God did this. Sometimes when I say God has given me a gift, I see some shallow-minded people misunderstanding my statement. Yes. To have an impactful insight on the way I even decipher issues in the Quran is not normal.
Yeah.
Like you don't just expect to just wake up to the next day and then you have this kind of knowledge.
No, it's obviously you've put a lot into it, and God,
a lot of effort. And I pray to God to give me, because in Quran chapter 20, verse 114, he told the prophet to ask him that, my Lord, increase me in knowledge. And yes, Rabbi Zidni ilma. And only God can give you knowledge. And I just quoted in Quran chapter 2, verse 255. None can encompass anything from his knowledge except for what he wills. So if God wills for you to have something, you have it. That's the will of God. It's the same God who grants wisdom. Quran chapter 2, verse 269. He grants wisdom to whomever he wills.
And whoever has wisdom has
a lot of good. Yes. He can give you what he wants because he has it all. So it is his decision, but you have to invoke for it. If you don't call for it and somebody calls for it and he has it and you are being envious and you are saying, who does he think he is? No, I'm giving the gratitude to God.
Beautiful.
And this is why, the reason why, look, I have a lot of people who actually cherish what I do, and they tell me, Baba Shuaib, one thing that brought me closer to you is the way you call for challenge. I call for challenge so that I can erase the benefit of the doubt to let my audience know I'm not here to play with their conscience. You call for challenge. What did Moses do when he went to face Pharaoh? Didn't he call for challenge? He called for challenge. Cast whatever you have. I cast mine. Let's see who is the winner. But people who are shallow-minded, again, will not understand why the challenge is needed.
because everyone was watching there.
Yes.
And they had to know that the truth was going to eat the falsehood.
Thank you. That is how to establish the truth. Yes, you call for challenge so people will know who is actually running away of being questioned, because the truth doesn't mind being questioned, but falsehood is always scared of being questioned.
Absolutely. They censor, yes.
So that's the fact. So, you know, when I sit here and when I see people far away throwing stones at me, I just laugh. I'm like, Baba Shuaib is available. My phone number is, look, that's my number. My phone number is there. Why should I be scared of? Who am I scared of? Because I know if I'm being dishonest, God is watching me. Right? Yeah. So if I'm sincere, and God will uplift me, because he says, if he should support me, none can defeat me. And I still stand with God on that. So why should I be scared to face somebody? Nobody.
I admire that. Honestly, like, I admire that courage. I know that God has bestowed a lot upon you, and I hope he increases you more, because I see that you're doing a lot of good with it and you're working in God.
He does actually increase in me a lot. A lot of people appreciate what I do. A lot of people show me the love and support. Look, there's been a lot of grace that God has given me through people that I never expected.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I remember one time my car broke down and I sat in a taxi. And this taxi driver happens to be a Somalian guy. When I sat down, he just smiled and he said, Baba Shuaib. And I said, oh, wow, you know me? And he said, yeah, I know you. I've been watching your videos. He says, I love your work, man. And I'm like, really? He says, yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. When we got to the destination and I asked him how much was the charge, he says I should give him any amount I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. He says I should just pay him any amount. Like, he didn't just have fixed amount, like I need to pay this. He says anything I will give him, he'll take. Right? So yeah. I understood that to be like, you know, when some people, we have people, when they appreciate what they do, it's not like as if they want to, how will I say? It's not like they are giving a bribe or something, but it's like their way of supporting you in some way.
Is there appreciation?
Yes, for what you do. Imagine me sitting here right now. Most of the time, I will sit here for 6-7 hours before I go to sleep. And I'm sitting here. It's not as if the audience are telling me, hey, Baba Shuaib, we are going to pay you before this amount before you come and sit down. No. It's my own program. I just decided this is the time I want to teach people. I want to interact with people. I want to teach people. Because God has given me knowledge. So now I'm going to give an example. When God gives you health after sickness, how will you know you are healthy?
You compare it to the perspective, right, of when you were ill.
Yes. When you are poor and God made you rich, how will you know? The same criteria, right?
Exactly.
Okay, when you are ignorant and he gave you knowledge, the same criteria, right?
Yes.
When you lack wisdom and he made you wise, you know by the same criteria, right?
Yes.
Now, remember, none of these things that he gave you is for you only.
Beautiful. It's to serve him.
Yes. He gave you for a reason.
You know, this reminds me of a verse at the end of surah number 6, I believe it is, or 7. I'm not sure. You can correct me. But he's raised you in level, some over others, so that he can test you for what he's given you, right?
Yes, chapter 6. Yes, he gives us the rajat so that he can test us based on the levels. Yes.
Very true. Yeah.
You understand? He grants that. And he didn't just give you so that you keep it to yourself and say, I have this. Just like Karun did. Karun in chapter 28.
Yes.
So he thought his knowledge gave him his treasures and everything. God let the earth swallow him. Everything. You understand? Because God gives you things when you understand. That's why he has to back your knowledge with wisdom. So when you check the list of all the prophets, he gives them wisdom and knowledge, wisdom and knowledge, wisdom and knowledge. Because if he only gives you knowledge without wisdom, you end up worshiping a cow. Yeah. So he has to back up the wisdom with knowledge, and back up the knowledge with wisdom, so that you know how to utilize the two. So that's why you can be talking to somebody, just like I was talking to the last caller, and he was telling me, I'm highly educated, but he doesn't see that he lacks the wisdom in the conversation.
Yeah. Now listen, when I spoke to you, I really enjoyed. When you decide, I'm not saying if you decide, I'm saying when you decide to come to Costa Rica, you let me know, man. You know why? Because it's not just to hang out and have fun and all that. I really feel that you could help me out with something that I'm working on here. And I'll let you know the details once you decide to come here.
I'll do that, inshallah, brother. I think you messaged me some times ago on WhatsApp, right? Remind me your name again. What's the name?
Shuaib.
Yeah, Shuaib. Yes. You called last time. Yes, I remember. I didn't save that name, so I'll save it just to remember. Yeah, I'll do that, inshallah.
Very pleasant conversation. Keep going.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. I appreciate your support. God bless you, Shuaib. We keep in touch.
God bless
Peace.
you and your family.
Yes, peace.
Okay, peace.
So this guy, straight path, says, that is the Tariq guy, the Hibijibis guy. He says, if you are not afraid to face me, then stop hanging up the phone and face me. Simple. Hanging up on people is an abdication of your claim. Please just go and get married. You need a woman to change your mind. That's all you need, Tariq. Just go and get married first. If you know how to have an intellectual discussion with a woman first, you come back. Let's have a man-to-man discussion. You are just full of heebie-jeebies, seriously. Yeah, Sister Raf, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to TikTok. It's 4 hours. It's too much. I'm going to TikTok. For those who have TikTok, kindly join me. Let's have a discussion. Tariq, you can join me on TikTok, okay? The Facebook, YouTube doesn't need your hip-jib. Join me on TikTok. I'm going to TikTok. Come there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where I bring the topic to an end till we meet again next week, God willing. Thank you. And yes, I'll be doing a lecture on Ramadan, right? Ramadan. It probably should happen on the 1st of March or 2nd of March, probably. When you check the new moon calendar, you can see the new moon starts maybe on the 1st or 2nd. So I'll be doing a Ramadan lecture, and also I'll be organizing the feeding program for back in Ghana for Ramadan feeding program that should start next week. So you'll see the update on that. Thank you, Brother Sadi Rad, who has actually donated about 10 bags of rice and some items. I appreciate him a lot. He's an elder based in Ghana also, whom I met whilst I was in Ghana. And thank you to Brother Imran Khan, who actually also donated some amount of money to be contributed on that. So I'll be giving you the updates. I still have a lot of pictures that I'm putting from my trip from Ghana, the distribution, the items, and we have about over, I think we fed over was 180 to 200 people. Yes, so I still have pictures that I'm putting. So far, I've put about 100 pictures already. But the new update for the feeding program next week, God willing, I'll put it up. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Till we meet again next week. But for those on TikTok, you can join me on TikTok. I'm hopping out to TikTok. I'll just be there for a couple of hours before I go to sleep. So kindly join me. Let's have fun. Thank you all. S. Faraj, thank you. The Real Machine Sniper, yes, you can join me there. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. Yes, Khadija, Mom, I see you. Salam to you. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is where I bring the topic to an end. Till we meet again, peace out. Always give them a reason to remember your name. The correctional officer.